Good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and get started. A copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the table outside as well as on our website. There's also an automatic external defibrillator available in the back room of the legislative chambers. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that, we will begin with the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle.
Here.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Here.
Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Morgan.
Here.
Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, June 6, 2023, as a date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Roll call.
For those at home, our votes will not appear on the screen again this week, so we'll have to do a voice vote. Commissioner Boyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Commissioner Friend.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Item C, citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to our Board of Equalization resolutions. Items D through J. Is there, and we don't have need for executive session, so it can include adjournment. Is there a motion to approve D through J and adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Boyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next, we'll move to our agenda for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Boyle.
Here.
Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, May 16, 2023. And item B, approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, May 30th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve A and B? Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Boyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Commissioner Friend.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next is our consent agenda, items A through K. And please notice that there are updated resolutions. And Teresa, was there one we were going to strike?
Teresa, York County Attorney's Office. If we may, could we lay it over? And I don't believe the board meets next week. It's 2 weeks, and it would be C10, C10 on the consent. Okay, so consent agenda items A through K, striking or laying over 10 for 2 weeks. And again, please note the updated resolutions next to your folders. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Commit.
For the record, on item K.
Hold on, Commissioner Kavanaugh. Oh, there we go. All right.
Are we good? On item K, which is a community mental health center request of approval of amendments to our agreement with Region 6. Just for the record, because we're spending a lot of time on behavioral health and mental health things, I was wondering, and I don't know if Ms. Driver is here, but if somebody could just for the record briefly outline what these amendments to our Region 6 contract do?
This is Sherry Driver, and I am on the Zoom meeting if you can hear me.
Oh, yeah, hi, Sherry.
Hi. Yeah, these are amendments with our contract for Region 6 behavioral health care, and they do shift money throughout the year as agencies are either drawing down their capacity or if capacity isn't being drawn down as quickly as projected. So these are done 4 times a year.
So what's the impact on the behavioral health operation in Douglas County regarding these shifts? These are shifts of money inside of our budget, or from outside of our budget into our budget, or from our budget outside of our budget?
So these specific shifts, one is for our intensive outpatient program to shift additional funding into it as we're drawing down funds quicker than expected. The other one is shifting money out of our flex fund request, approximately $1,000, out of that request because we're not drawing that money down as quickly as expected.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, no other questions or comments? There was a motion and a second. Roll call?
Commissioner Boyle? Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Yes. Commissioner Friend? Yes. Commissioner Garcia? Yes. Commissioner Morgan? Yes. Commissioner Rogers? Yes. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Next, our citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda?
Good morning.
Morning.
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. Got a number of items this morning. Try to go through them rather quickly. I will be presenting some things for you to insert to the record now. I want to start off with a copy of the history of Sheriff's Office, an example that was published by the Scottsbluff County, Nebraska, talking about the responsibility of the sheriff and who he answers to. Next topic is on the Epic Times articles regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And now I see nationwide they're starting to include reparations in that clause, just to provide evidence to you that it does exist out there and in the universities, even here in Omaha, and in these chambers. The first article is the counter-university movement any match for the DEI juggernaut. The DEI juggernaut is by the leftists, the progressives. It's not necessarily coded in the Constitution or the rules and regulations that people try to use to say that it is. The next one is Indiana school officials admit to hiding CRT, which is critical race theory, diversity, equity, and inclusion teachings from parents in an undercover video. This is happening across the nation in school boards. The Virginia GOP asked the state to investigate the university costs, including the costs of the DEI departments. We have a DEI department, I believe, here and in the city. That's one thing we can probably reduce the budgets for. And the last article is DeSantis and a panel discuss exposing $34 million in diversity, equity, and inclusion scam at Florida universities. Now, the reason I present these is because if it's happening there, it's happening in a lot of other places that we haven't heard of. But this is part of the nationwide agenda called cultural Marxism. If you disagree with that, you can argue with Mr. Mark Levin primarily. But it does exist, and it needs to get stopped because we are not a Marxist country. And I think last week was an example in the state legislature, and yesterday, backing up my comments of last week about our government is out of control. yesterday afternoon on KFAB. And I sent an email to you folks this morning about it with copies to various politicians about what went on down there and why we should not have a unicameral. The Constitution promises every state in the Union a bicameral. There are good reasons for that. And the Founding Fathers basically said the more representation you have, the less control certain factions will have on your state government, your state legislatures. Well, the 17th Amendment, I guess, is the one that changed that to have people like myself elect them. That probably needs to get changed. Some of the comments made
One
by
minute.
people at the legislature in regards to certain topics I won't bring up also need to get changed. Remarks need to be excluded. There should be probably some disciplinary action for those remarks. And they do need a special session to solve that, plus other things. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to presentations. We have a presentation from Visit Omaha, who's going to be giving our annual update. And Commissioner Boyle, did you want to say anything before Deb begins?
I just want to welcome Deb to come and give us an update on Visit Omaha. I think we find that every presentation is filled with optimism as to how our community has so many just shows and programs and really making this a true, like, livable community. So I just appreciate the update and look forward to hearing what she has to say. Of course, it's part of Douglas County. Some of the funding comes from us, so we want to just make sure that everyone knows this is spent, dollars well spent. So with that, Deb, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, we're very optimistic. After a couple of years of COVID, it's nice to come and give you a lot of good news. Good morning, everybody. I'm Deborah Ward. I'm the Executive Director of Visit Omaha. Some of my staff is here, and I want to introduce them. We've got our VP of Marketing, Jasmine Goodwin, our VP of Operations behind her, Dean Miller, our Director of Sports, Mark Rath, and our Office Manager, Jody Jordan, who has never been to a Douglas County Commissioner Board, and she was wondering what all the excitement was about. So she's excited to be here. First and foremost, I wanted to thank you again for passing the 10-year interlocal agreement between the city and the county. It really stabilized our funding and allows us to plan for the future. So thank you again, and an appreciation. Dan's gonna hand out, did you already hand it out? You're on top of it. Hand out a little token of our appreciation. My understanding from Dan is we've given you every water bottle we've ever made. You probably have kitchens filled with them, so we thought we'd bring you something different. I've got another little gift for you at the end, but I'll save that till the end. Just press enter, right?
While we're waiting, I did clarify they were awesome water bottles, though.
He did. Oh, okay. So not click. Got it. Okay. Well, the big headline for 2022 is that Douglas County hotels enjoyed a record-breaking revenue year. Visitors spent $51 million more on hotel rooms in Douglas County than they did in 2021, and as you can see, easily surpassed 2019 prior to the pandemic. Yes, some of that increase is due to higher hotel rates. Rates were up about 15%, $15. But those expenses, the hotel expenses were higher. They were paying higher costs for staff and higher costs for goods and services. But we also saw a 9% increase in demand for hotel rooms, so more people were also visiting Omaha. Now, this slide represents the number of meetings and events that went through our office that were held in 2022 compared to 2021. So you can see the number of events and the economic impact of those events were higher. A note about the economic impact, remember in 2021 we had the NCAA Women's Volleyball Championship Tournament with all 48 teams. We had the U.S. Olympic swim trials. We also had the U.S. Senior Open in the city. 3 large demand and economic generators. In 2022, on the other hand, we did not have that many large economic generators, and revenue numbers were still higher, which speaks to 2022 being a true rebound year for tourism. Our convention sales team is always working 3 to 5 years ahead, trying to convince convention and event planners to choose Omaha. In 2022, the team started to feel the markets opening up again, and planners started to really feeling that they could commit to planning meetings that far ahead again. Last year, the convention sales team, led by Kathy Keller, our VP of sales, secured 147 meetings and events for future years dating out to 2029. And those meetings and events, when they're held here, will bring in $136 million total into our community. And some highlights are listed in our annual report, which we did not bring a copy, did we? We did not. We will get you our annual report and our business plan. On the advertising and promotion side, our team, led by Jasmine Goodwin, our VP of Marketing, focused attention on key regional drive and fly markets to increase leisure travel to our community, but also to build awareness of Omaha as a viable meeting and event destination. You can see that we added Chicago to the mix. It's an expensive city to advertise in, but the team took a layered approach which helped spread our tourism message in a creative and cost-effective manner. One week, commercials might play on social media and streaming television, where the next week, the Omaha messaging was heard on radio commercials and maybe on billboards. The year-long campaign reached Visit Omaha's target audience a total of 48.2 million times on a variety of different media platforms, and visits to the visitomaha.com website increased 30% from our target markets. Now, in 2022, we Visit Omaha launched a From Out of Nowhere campaign, multimedia campaign highlighting distinct experiences found only in Omaha. Research shows that Omaha often surprises people. You've probably heard that when out-of-towners come in. Oh my gosh, I never knew it was here. Research also shows that people love to be surprised. They want to find that hidden gem. So the goal of the campaign was to tap into that desire and then connect it back to Omaha. So here's the commercial.
Sometimes the best part of a trip was never actually part of the plan. A chance encounter, a lucky find, a moment in time you couldn't have ever predicted. But to find it, you have to be open to experiences that come from out of nowhere. Out of the old market, where lively cobblestone streets and clip-clops and candy shops and fresh music and menus surround you. Out of the riverfront, where a troll reminds you how to be a kid again. Out of the restaurants, where unique dishes from hearty steaks to decadent shakes transport your taste buds. Out of the park, where crowds jubilant and loud watch victors be crowned. Out of the wild, where you find your inner child at our world-famous zoo. Out of the meaningful places where history was born and diversity grew. These memories are everywhere, waiting for you. Visit Omaha, and you'll discover an unforgettable experience that comes at you from out of nowhere. Plan your weekend getaway at visitomaha.com.
There we go. The ultimate goal, of course, of our advertising is to increase visitation to the city and the county. According to Datify, an independent research platform that uses mobile data to track visitation from those 5 cities that we target with advertising increased 19% year over year. An additional 600,000 people visited from those cities in 2022. Multiply that by $139. This is what independent research says the average overnight visitor spends. I think that's extraordinarily conservative. Those additional 600 visitors spent about $84 million in our community. And we spent about $1.6 million advertising to those cities, so pretty good ROI. I think for every dollar we spent, they spent $52. I'd take that. We also were able to grow our social media audience. We have close to 200,000 social media followers, up 5% in 2022. These are valuable assets since these folks choose to follow Omaha, and we can then promote to them on a constant basis in a very affordable manner. In 2022, we continue to focus on creating new video content to share on all these platforms. And as you can see, we saw double-digit increases on Instagram and YouTube, basically because of those new videos. Visit Omaha, you may know, operates 3 visitor information centers. The primary Omaha Visitor Center is at 306 South 10th and Farnham. And in partnership with the Council Bluffs Convention and Visitors Bureau and Sarpy County Tourism, Visit Omaha oversees 2 visitor information desks at the airport, one in the South Terminal and one in the North Terminal. In 2022, we expanded distribution of visitor information to other parts of the city and county by creating these mobile kiosks that you see here on your slide. You'll find them at CHI Health Center Omaha, Union Bank and Trust Sports Complex in Elkhorn, and now at Boys Town. In total, we assisted 43,311 visitors, quite a jump, as you can see, from the 18,000 we supported or helped assisted in 2021. Our VP of Operations, Dean Miller, oversees that visitor services team. So moving ahead, from a record-breaking 2022, what do we expect in 2023? Well, here is what STAR projects. STAR is an independent research company that tracks hotel data nationally and locally. These projections for Douglas County were made at the end of last year before the final numbers were in for 2022. But they believe that next year, close to 59%, or this year, I'm sorry, close to 59% of all of our hotel rooms in Douglas County will be filled, and that revenue will go up by $7 million. But I can tell you that we've already had 4 months this year in 2023 of record-breaking revenue. In fact, in the first quarter, revenues are already up 19% or $8 million. So we think that we're going to beat, this market is going to beat these projections. Having said that, it's important to note challenges that lie ahead: staffing shortages, inflation, airline challenges, debt ceiling, et cetera, and et cetera. And you guys know that if you've traveled at all since the pandemic, it's not the same travel experience as you've had before. It's just not. People are accepting it. There's pent-up demand still. They're traveling, but it's just not the same experience. In 2023, our sales team will continue to sell our city with a focus on Chicago and Washington, D.C. These are 2 cities with the highest concentration of meeting planners. And with all of the development happening here, we have a whole new city and county to sell. So our goal is to host 50 site visits into the city. We know that if we can get those planners into the city, physically get them here, they see what it is, we have a higher chance of actually closing the business. We have expanded our sports team, run by Director of Sports Mark Rath, by adding another staff member to the team with the new sporting facilities, Tranquility Park, MD West and Elkhorn on the horizon. We want to capitalize on youth sporting events and all of the money those types of events bring into our community. In 2023, the marketing team is focusing on increasing reach and frequency of our advertising message and developing customized messaging for a variety of different types of travelers. In fact, this is our new website. They just completed it. We'll see if this works. I'm going to just kind of slide through it. But what kind of traveler are you? Research has shown these are the kinds of travelers that Omaha really attracts. So we've kind of created personas and given you some ideas. I'm just going to slide down here real quick so you can kind of see. I'm going to ask Commissioner Boyle, what kind of traveler are you? You are? I was wrong. I guessed ahead that you would be foodie. Okay.
Nope.
Active adventurer. So you can see we kind of throw out some ideas here, but we also have some suggested itineraries. If people are coming to Omaha, they may not know what's available. So here you go. You're going to have dinner at Modern Love. You're going to wake up with Bob, breakfast at Lisa's Radial Cafe. You're going to go to Tree Rush, hike in Fontenelle, go to dinner at Block 16. You get the gist. And so they are creating in 2023 and 2024, we're going to create videos that go along with all of these personas. All right, now let me get back to my, how do I get back, you think? There? Where? Ah, sorry. I ruined the flow.
All right.
Right there. Thanks. Okay. In the first 4 months of this year, we've seen a 26% increase in the number of website users, so that's promising. And as I said, the team's already creating videos that's going to go with all of these personas. And now that the Riverfront Park is done-ish, I think we're going to open it up right and the rest of it in August. And the construction near our downtown visitor center is starting to wind down. We wanted to make sure that the visitor center got a makeover as well. We closed for 3 weeks earlier this year and opened just prior to Berkshire Hathaway. The refresh provides for better traffic flow, maximizes the space to better accommodate and serve visitors. And we do plan to add retail component later this year. Our goal is to start selling products by Black Friday. Maybe a product could be Omar the doll. I don't know. We'll see. We're kind of teasing you there. But we hope to be open before the Christmas season and feature unique items that people can buy. But also, we're going to push items from other retail stores. We're going to have items down at the visitor center that if a visitor comes in, they say, oh, where can I buy that? We can continually push people out to businesses throughout our community. We're always looking for new ways to increase awareness of the Omaha Visitor Center. We know that if we can get people there, locals or out-of-towners, that they'll learn more about the city, they'll visit more places, spend their money at more places, and have a better time while they're here. So, in order to increase the visibility, we have created the Oh My campaign right here. This is Oh My. She is Omar's little sister, and she invites families to track her down through what we call a troll-inspired scavenger hunt. ohmyadventure.com maps out about 10 places, maybe 11 now? 11 attractions that she might be visiting at any time. You can look for her footprints here, and if you scan the QR code, it will take you to one of her places. So this is Hot Shops Art Center, where Oh My, you might find Oh My. I'll play it.
I love art, so let's get creative. Do you like pottery, photography, or painting? Omar loves the pictures I paint and always hangs them up in his hut. Maybe I'll be famous one day. At Hot Shops Art Center, you can see more than 80 artists creating masterpieces. They will teach you how to become an artist, working with metal, clay, or even glass.
So there's one of these little videos when you scan those footprints, you can see it all of these different places. I think General Cookhouse is our newest one. Families can pick up a commemorative button at each of these locations, and at any time during their journey, they can pick up a free backpack at the Omaha Visitor Center. And trust me, we've had tons. We started this campaign last fall with 500 backpacks. Those are gone. We've ordered another 500. We have people of all ages. We've had 20-year-olds pick them up, 50-year-olds pick them up. Anyway, so what I challenge you is we brought you the backpacks. And if anybody can get a picture of Commissioner Rogers wearing this, I'll pay money for that. And then we urge you to go out, explore your city, collect all of your buttons, and have a wonderful time as we probably will have yet another record-breaking tourism year this year. So thank you again, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much, Deb. I don't see any lights on for any questions or comments, but again, this is really good news and really good work to all of you. And I can't tell you how excited I am for us to be expanding our youth sports portion. That's really, really good news. So good job. All right. So thank you. All right. With that, we will move on to our committees. The first being our Finance Committee, and it is the budget report as presented. And the next item is item 2, a resolution directing county staff to take the necessary steps to initiate a capital improvement project to construct a new mental health treatment unit at the Douglas County Department of Corrections at 710 South 17th Street, and to construct a parking structure and/or additional surface parking using funds from the county's ARPA allocation. With that, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Friend, second by Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan?
I could appreciate it, Madam Chairman, to read this resolution. whereas this board previously committed the $50 million of its American Rescue Plan Act allocation for mental health priorities, and whereas this board had earmarked $8 million from its general fund, previously CARES Act funds, for mental health priorities, and whereas this board previously held several public forums throughout the county to seek public input on how those mental health funds should be spent, and whereas this board subsequently conducted several additional public meetings during which there were in-depth presentations and discussions regarding two proposed projects. Number one, the relocation, the current Douglas County Community Mental Health Center located inside the county's long-term care facility at 42nd and Woolworth Street, to a new standalone facility of the county-owned property at 1601 Jackson, which is currently occupied by Trailways Bus Station. Number two, construct a mental health treatment unit which would connect to the county's Department of Corrections located at 710 South 17th Street to treat those incarcerated individuals who have the most severe mental health needs. And whereas, after thoroughly vetting these proposed projects, this board is determined to move forward with the mental health treatment unit at the Department of Corrections, which would include the construction of a parking structure and/or additional surface parking with the use of county's ARPA allocation. And whereas this board also desires to consider all options for enhanced provisions of mental health in our community between now and March 30th, 2024, with the use of the other portion of the county's remaining ARPA allocation and the general fund reserve money that has been earmarked for mental health priorities. Now therefore, be it resolved by this Board of County Commissioners, Douglas County, Nebraska, that the appropriate county staff is hereby directed to take the necessary steps to initiate the project to construct a mental health treatment unit at the Department of Corrections to include a parking structure and/or additional surface parking with the use of county's ARPA allocation. If it is determined the county cannot use ARPA funds to construct a parking structure and/or additional surface parking, the board hereby directs the use of general fund reserve dollars for that purpose. Be it further resolved that this board shall between now and March 30th, 2024, consider all options for the enhanced provision of mental health in our community with the use of county's remaining ARPA allocation and the general fund reserve money that was earmarked for mental health priorities. Dated this the 23rd day of May 2023. So I'd ask for your approval of this resolution, which allows us more time and to seek all options and have greater community input. I move for adopting this resolution,
There's
as
already
was
been a-
previously stated.
There's already been a motion and a second. Do you have 1 minute left? Okay.
I'll yield to other commissioners.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. And I appreciate this resolution and all the hard work you've done on this, Commissioner Morgan. I think it's a move in the right direction over what we had last week. I just want to get some things in the record and make maybe a suggestion here. The previously committed $50 million in ARPA funds that's referenced here, I don't know if we have a date or a resolution that actually did that. The same holds true for the earmarking of $8 million from, I believe it was CARES or general funds. I don't know if we have a date or a resolution for that. The depth perceptions and discussions regarding two proposed projects did not include the satisfaction of a reasonable request for putting some numbers on the alternative that was repeatedly proposed and distributed to this board and to the public over the last 6 months, and that needs to be done, I believe. I'm gratified that last week's progress eliminated the co-location of the patient population on the jail campus because of the stigma and expense and the lack of public support for putting our mental health patients, taking them out of our healthcare campus on 42nd Street and putting them on the jail campus downtown. I think that's real progress, and I commend my colleagues for taking that step last week. There needs to be vetting, as proposed in the first whereas, of the alternatives that's already on the table, proposed, repeatedly requested for vetting and for numbers, before we can go too much further down the mental health path, much less the corrections path. The parking garage, which I think is needed, I believe is set for hearing in Commissioner Garcia's committee, and probably should be noted in there that we're going to be addressing that in the appropriate forum in the Administrative Services Committee, and I believe that's already scheduled. That was not a part of the original discussions on this going back to the town hall meetings at all. The final resolution, I think, begs the question that what we have received so far from all of our best legal and regulatory advice is there's a risk of federal clawback of some or all of this money, which is a huge amount of money. I mean, this proposes a better part of $60 million, which would cause extreme economic hardship on the taxpayers of Douglas County if they had to come up with $60 million on a clawback. Our best legal and regulatory advice is there's a risk of that. There's a need for alternatives, same advice, need for alternatives by the ARPA statute to go forward. No alternatives, including the one that I'm requesting again, that numbers be put on, that's been on offer for 6 months, have been fleshed out by this board. And there's also a need, statutory need, from the best advice that we get from our legal and regulatory people, for a rationale, written down rationale for using new rather than existing property for any of these matters. All of these things risk us getting a clawback for this enormous amount of money.
1 minute.
So I'd propose a friendly amendment to the last part of this whereas, where it says in the now therefore be it resolved that with the use of county's ARPA allocation, if it is determined the county cannot use ARPA funds, I would propose that we say, quote, while minimizing the risk to Douglas County of clawback, that we put in this that we are going to use our best efforts to minimize the risk of clawback. I think that's a clear and present danger, and all of our legal and regulatory advice that we've got, and we've got it on record, indicates that that's a possibility, that we should do everything that we can to limit the risk to Douglas County of a clawback. And I think that we should put that in there right after we talk about using
Time.
ARPA funds.
Thank
And I
you.
propose that as an amendment.
Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me state, I'm going to vote against it, but I wanted to put on record why. I thought to where we came, before we came last couple of weeks, was at least a compromise for me personally. My rationale for it is now, when I was elected on this board, there were a couple of times where situations were brought up when it was entertained about possibly just expanding the jail. And I was like, absolutely not. There's no reason to expand that jail. because of the amount of people we probably have in there on pretrial that can easily be out for misdemeanor defenses that are sitting there because of other financial reasons that could be out. I opened myself up to the extension of it on the jail when we talked about the possibility of that project and extending our own infrastructure to be able to get more in the preventative realm with the community mental health services that we had. So that's now off the table. And it's a straight extension to that jail, which I don't think is good. Some of the, because it doesn't have any of the accompanying parts to it that was mentioned. Now, some of the things that were talked about was fair, and I respect those opinions. But of all the parts that were on this project, this is the piece that's going to be the cost extender. Because you're going to have additional staff, and you're going to increase that facility. That is like the Department of Defense. That is the highest expense there, and we're now adding on it, to me, without the other advancing the other infrastructure piece that helps some people out of there. I was open to it and compromised to it because it extended our own structure, but really now we're getting into, again, we didn't entertain the proposal for long-term beds because that was the state's end. By adding that, we're getting into the state's end, to my opinion, which the state should do. And in all due respect, us having this conversation over the next couple of months till March, it does nothing because the state hadn't even begun to talk about this. And so what I interpret through the proposal is that we're going to put more money into a system that they haven't even talked about the restructuring of. The only thing that was given to the system is extension, to me, is extension of facilities. From ARPA money that was given to Children's and CHI to expand that capacity through there, but we're now just talking about the possibility of putting money into that existing system that hadn't gotten any better and hadn't, even if it wasn't filibustering in the state this year, that was not even on the agenda, other than Anna Wishart's effort to make it behavioral, to change some behavioral health emphasis. To me, we needed to put our own system up to piece because we're just as much an integral part of all of that system. So we needed to still be up to speed. And if we're going to put more money into that, it is just like pouring water on the ground in 120-degree weather. It will evaporate so fast, and you don't have the structure there to do that. So I just want to be clear. I'm not voting for it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle?
Hi, thank you. So first, I do support caring for the criminally mentally ill in this particular resolution. I think that Mike Myers and his staff have a huge responsibility to care for those folks, and it creates lots of challenges for them. So I feel like we have to do something to care for the criminally mentally ill. My concern is that we will lose, so this part of the project I agree with. My concern is that with the second part is we didn't approve that last week or the week before, but I'm concerned that we will lose sight of the non-criminally mentally ill. So I think that as we take this step back and look forward to what we can do with this next, the remaining money, I think we have to be very careful and not get ourselves into relationships where we find we're just giving money to organizations that are going to help promote the health care, to be honest, the mental health of people like me. We need to really take care of those people that are homeless, those people that have chronic substance abuse, but those people who are on the fringe of entering the criminal justice system. But if we can do what we can to avoid that and develop those programs, I think that's where a lot of this money should be focused. So I think we have to be very careful over the next few months as we try to figure out how to allocate the rest of this money, that we are not losing sight of that very specific population. Not only is it better for them, but if you turn your money hat on, it's how we save taxpayer dollars. We keep these folks from going into jail and being booked and being released in 3 days and rebooked. And so we have to figure out these stabilization services that really our community mental health center provides very well. So I wanted to just make a point of caution. We have to be very, very careful about how we look to spend this next bunch of funds because I want to make sure that it really does go to that very specific population. There are services all over the city that can treat people like us, but we need to treat those people that unfortunately don't have the access or the wherewithal to get that help, or have people looking out for them to get that help. So I guess that's my biggest concern about this, not about this last part, is that that extra money is going to go towards community services. Those other folks, those other organizations, they have plenty of money, they can make it work, but this particular population can very, very easily be forgotten, and we have to do everything we can to make sure that they're not. Thanks.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
I agree with what Commissioner Boyle was saying, and I think it's important that we make as sure as we can that these funds that are a one-time thing are used to get the maximum impact in our community. And that's why I would propose this amendment, and I am proposing again this amendment to this resolution in the final, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Douglas County that the appropriate county staff is hereby directed to take the necessary steps to initiate the project to construct a mental health treatment unit at the Department of Corrections to include a parking structure and or additional surface parking with the use of the county's ARPA allocation. At that point, after the word allocation, I would propose, while minimizing the risk to Douglas County of clawback, unquote, period, if it is determined that the county cannot use ARPA funds, et cetera, et cetera. That's where I think we have a grave danger fiscally to the county. The concerns that Commissioner Boyle and others have expressed, I think, can be worked out under the resolution. You know, we could spend a lot of time here amending and amending and amending. But the biggest threat is that we don't have appropriate authorization or qualified programs to use these funds for, and we expose ourselves later on to great fiscal risk. So I would propose that amendment as a friendly amendment to Commissioner Morgan's resolution, just to move this forward. I think that it's just fiscally responsible to do it that way.
Madam Chair.
Just a minute, are you done?
I have a resolution.
Well, you don't, you have a motion, you don't have a second. If
Well-
that was your motion, there's no second, or there's not an
I
acceptance
don't
of
know.
your friendly.
Is there a second?
Okay, it lacks for,
I could answer the question if that's what you're doing, ask the question specifically, are you doing?
I'm asking, are you seconding this idea that we minimize our risk of clawback no matter what we do?
Well, I've talked to Patrick Bloomingdale, our executive, on this issue, and that for certain will be done. And Mike Brennan can comment also. We're working with them to be sure of that.
I have my light on.
I know, you're not.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't mean to.
Are you finished, Commissioner Kavanaugh? You have a couple minutes left yet.
Okay. You know, I think that what we've got are some unmet requirements going forward, and this probably should come back to us for specific authorization. There's no dollar amounts authorized here, and, you know, I question the drafting of this because it doesn't include any reference to specific authorization of dollar amounts at all. So I'm uncomfortable giving carte blanche, but if we do this according to our best current legal and regulatory advice, we develop these things. We develop these alternatives. We develop, which doesn't exist right now, we develop a rationale for why would you use new property, newly constructed, expensively newly constructed buildings, rather than existing property that you already have. That's required by ARPA to explain, otherwise you're risking a clawback. So I'm just very, very concerned that we proceed as fiscally responsible as we can with a large amount of money here by, crossing our Ts and dotting our Is, starting, with where are those resolutions that say that we agreed to this? And then where are the dollar amounts for these programs, and when are they coming back here for authorization? And where is the rationale for why we aren't using the vacant 196 beds in corrections and the vacant and available properties on 42nd Street? All of these are, just outlined for us in the legal and regulatory advice that we've received in writing from the people we pay to give us this advice. And so we need to make sure that we're not exposing ourselves to what would be a financial disaster for Douglas County if we had to pay back $60 million.
Time. Thank you. Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners and folks, with all due respect, and I mentioned this last week, long-term care is very, very much needed, not just in the state of Nebraska, not just in Douglas County, not just in the city of Omaha. It's needed nationwide, and we know that. The weird part about this, and it is strange, the weird part about this is practically long-term care has never been part of this discussion for us. For almost 2 years, it hasn't been. And part of the reason it hasn't been is because it's not really our authority. Now, we can mince words and we can go into statute and we can try to figure out where that statutory authority, where that dichotomy is. But it hasn't been, and we haven't delved into it. Now, with all due respect to Commissioner Kavanaugh, and he's right, it's needed. The question is, do we do it? And I've said this over and over again, you want to talk about a black hole that we can't afford to actually deal with, that's what we'd be getting into. Not a year from now, not 2 years from now, 5 years from now. There's a reason the state doesn't push this type of help, because they claim they can't afford it, but they have the statutory authority. That work needs to continue. The second point that I wanted to make, and so I guess I agree with Commissioner Kavanaugh, but I disagree, because I don't think it's ever been part of our discussion. Now, he wanted it to be. Maybe it should be so we could vet it, but you know how painful that vetting can be. You understand how painful this can be. The second piece that I wanted to lay out here is the best legal advice that we have right now indicates that this is feasible. This particular resolution is feasible. Here's the other thing. And I understand exactly what Commissioner Rogers is saying, but this piece of the resolution was in the original one. So now we're saying, well, we don't want to expand the correction center, but it was in the original one. We were making a decision last week, and this money would have been dumped right in there anyway. What we're doing is, I said it last week, we're splitting the baby. It doesn't mean we're doing the right thing. I don't know. But I can tell you it provides us with options. The best legal advice we have right now indicates that this is actually feasible. We can expand the correction center. Here's another thing. Here's the third piece. 40% to the information that we have, and it's very general, of the anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 people that we service at our Douglas County Corrections Center, of those 1,000 or 1,200 people on any given day, approximately 40% of those people, we've seen these numbers, approximately 40% of those people detained at DCDC are suspected to possess some sort of behavioral health issue. Short-term, long-term, there could be substance abuse issues, there's all kinds of problems. Many of these have been diagnosed, they're verifiable. So Mike and his team have verified a percentage of that 40 and said, we need help. We cannot have this particular person who we found was cited for a misdemeanor next to the type of people that they need to be able to separate them from. They need different types of help. That's what Mike and that's what Corrections is actually asking for. And again, just to be clear, this was in the previous resolution. We're breaking it off. And we're standing with an idea now, and I agree with Commissioner Boyle, we're standing with an idea now that since this was all in the previous resolution, if we don't do this, if we don't do any of this now, if we decide that
1
either
minute.
legally or practically that this is not a good thing to do for corrections, then I don't think we ought to do anything. I think we ought to take $50 million of ARPA money, and I think we need to distribute it to private entities out there that are working in this environment that will, and then hold them accountable. They provide reporting to us, and we say, here's your $50 million. And a lot of people, I've heard it, that's not going to get you across the finish line. No, it's not, but it'll get you out of the starting gate. Madam Chair, I think I understand at this point all of the intangibles, at least from a very high level. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I can tell you this. If we don't do this in our corrections facility, I don't think we ought to do squat, not at this point. I think what we ought to do is say, we got $50 million, let's see who wants it, and let's see who can help us.
Time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia?
Just a few quick supplemental comments and notes, as we all have spoken pretty heavily into this topic for the last few weeks already. But on the topic of the mental health provision, it is my understanding from recent commentary by staff that the delay of the actual mental health facility doesn't necessarily affect the mental health service provision within the addition, the mod that we're proposing to build in this motion. Reason being, per what we were told, is that the majority or all of the staff who will be providing mental health services in the mod will be from WellPath, which is our contractor for mental health services in the jail. And so that is just per what we were told from staff recently. So that will continue as stated. As far as expansion of jail, I would agree. If this was just a generic expansion of the jail, I would not be in favor of it either. However, this is a very specific desire to better serve our incarcerated in the area of mental health services. And I commend our chair for pushing the original idea of providing enhanced, better mental health services to the incarcerated. I said during my campaign in 2020 that everybody in that jail is a human being, has a soul, is a child of God, in my opinion. And so these individuals have value, have human value, have, in my opinion, spiritual, divine value. And so, therefore, the fact that we're trying to serve them better with enhanced mental health services is a positive. And that's why I'm supportive of that. As far as expansion of staffing, that is definitely a concern with any expansion of staffing for any department or initiative. My understanding from Director Myers is that there is an initial net gain and need, or an initial need of 16 officers in the mod once it's built. Per how many new staff are added and how many staff from current corrections departments will be transferred to the mod, it's actually a net gain of 8 new officers or staff members. Director Myers mentioned that after everything has been fully integrated in the mod and the overall corrections department, it's hoped that there can eventually be a net zero once everything is fully in place and operational. That's at least per what Director Myers told me. As far as the county's desire, need, and attention to ensure that we're doing this properly per ARPA law, of course, that needs to be at the forefront of every step we take in this process. Of course, the county attorney has given us their legal opinion on this matter. Deloitte has given us their opinion on the matter, who's been giving us ARPA consulting for a while now. Our full leadership team, from Patrick to the 2 deputy directors on our admin team, are both attorneys, alongside other very bright minds in our administrative office who will be working on every step of this process. So It is definitely at the forefront of our dealings in this matter and will continue to be. Last comment, it's definitely not a blank check, it's a directive. It's a directive to start moving in this direction.
1 minute.
Of course, any building contract, any contract with a general manager, any acquisition of property for parking, anything of high cost value comes before this board for approval. And it will, of course, do so in the future if we move forward in this direction. So anything that revolves around construction of new buildings, parking acquisition, it's going to come back to this board. It's not a blank check just to go do whatever you want and let us know how it goes. So just a few comments here to add to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to pick up where Commissioner Garcia was, and I want to agree with the point that he made. Everybody in there is exactly right. There's a humanity piece to this. But I want to clarify what I'm saying in respects to the fact that the state of Nebraska runs prisons, which are long-term stays. Douglas County runs a jail, which is short-term stays. And to me, the extension is a state's responsibility. The compromise was when you brought the other effort down there, to some degree, you were doing more than that. So when I'm saying, and I'm clarifying, I agree with the humanity of it, but we are, again, stepping into a state realm, because with those short-term stays, they should be getting their care not in there, but in the outside. And that's the issue I have with the argument of people on the same campus being seen as criminal because they're mental ill. I mean, because they're in there, that they have that piece. And they shouldn't be there because the jail is a short-term stay and that should be out. And that's just a point for the debate that I'm putting there. But to go back to that piece, and a point that was made by Commissioner Friend, this is one of my issues in saying, if we were to scrap it all, or even give this other portion to the outside groups and let them do what they want, we have no control. And that's the issue we're in right now. They have resources and they aren't keeping those people that are in the jail there because they're saying they can't handle them. And they are sending them to the jail. So giving them that money is just gonna give them more money to send people back here, because that's who we have in there now. People that aren't getting service in the existing places because they say they are too severe for us, so they need to sit there in the jail. So that is my whole point of saying, it's just like putting water on a cement surface at 120-degree weather. It evaporates like that because the existing structure has not changed. Thank you.
All right, I have a couple of comments before we open it up, and that is with the proposal that was on last week to compare it to this one is you're all just missing the point. And the work that has been done by our staffs at both facilities with these like populations, because they're both serving this population. Putting them in close proximity, we would be tackling and addressing the non-criminally ill folks, because our hope would be that we would be seeing them earlier and not when law enforcement brings them to the jail. We would be treating them outside of a jail setting, which has been the efforts since 2015, is to reduce the number of folks within our jail population that have mental illness. The resolution, since we're separating it, I would like to know how much exactly of that ARPA funds we are using for this project. And I would ask that there be no mention of the $8 million reserve, so that that could be kept for our county services. And I don't agree with distributing it to the private industry because, again, where have they been? We've been doing this for years and years and years and years, And I do agree with Commissioner Rogers, and you can ask our Director of Corrections, that many times when folks are in private mental health facilities, they call law enforcement to have them arrested and bring them to the jail for treatment, which again is outright wrong. We have our own responsibilities to fund, so again, giving it to everybody on the outside would again put us deeper into a hole of not providing those that we are supposed to be providing. So anyway, the whole emphasis, again, I think is being lost, and again, things are being thrown out there that are misinformation and wrong adjectives being used or explanations being used to say that we shouldn't have those two facilities in close proximity, because again, staff themselves have told us that they are each providing services to like population, and nearly half of our community mental health staff are already working with our jail staff and the population within our jail facility. This, in the end, would just be enhancing it. And so again, it saddens me that, that this has been lost and we're separating the two, and that at the 11th hour, we have people from the state and people from the university that call meetings when they don't know the details of the project. And so, again, it saddens me for the work that's been done by our staff on this and what we could have potentially done to serve the populations that are much better served outside of a jail. So with that, Commissioner Morgan.
Okay, I use my second time to say a couple things. One is, I did try 4 weeks ago to separate the two because there is a mix here. And Madam Chairman, in all respect to your efforts and what you've been doing, I'm hearing you now say maybe we only mark the 50 million. What I've done is taken the resolution that was about to be approved, and I got it delayed for 2 weeks. 3 weeks actually, was changed to 3 weeks because the commissioner, our chairman, was going to be gone. We always had it marked at about that 57 million. I'm fine with saying, hey, only 50 million, leave the 8 million in the general fund if possible. We can always, I think, do that, and I'm open to what you just stated. And I, for one, did not see the first part of this for the correction facility being an expansion of the jail, because I do not want that in any way. I was just taking the resolution because I felt there was support, and Mike Myers made quite a proposal, you know, with Amber about moving ahead with this separate building. And so I've left that in to do. And let me further state the last part of this, what I'm talking about is mental health down on 16th and Jackson. I didn't agree with putting it there, and I know a lot of parking will be needed there. And so it says in this resolution, be it further resolved that this board shall between now and March 30th, 2024, consider all options. It doesn't say build a building. It says consider all options. Yes, we may build a building, but there may be a building we can use. And with the use of the county's remaining ARPA allocation, if someone wants to change it and say only 50 millions to be used, you know, I was going back to what the original resolution said, 50 million, and then the 8 million previously in the general fund. So I've always liked in my life, everything I've basically done, to look at every option. And I want to take the time to do that. And if we can have a partnership that works both ways and all partners have a stake in it, I think that's a real positive for us. And I think I can bring the state, the community foundation, and Sarpy County would like to be at the table to possibly participate. I think it's great to look at those options. And that's what I'm trying to do, to be sure if we spend this money in the best way we can in this community to serve the most people, that's what my goal is, because we'll never be able to serve enough. But if we have the partnerships, you know, maybe we can serve more. That first proposal showed that we were going to have the same number of beds at 16th Street as we have out on 42nd and spend $30 million to do it. And that's where I had a problem. If someone's going to build the exact almost same house, different location, and spend $3 million more, I'd sure want to look at that. And so that's why I wanted that time and now this time to do it. So I hope that this resolution will pass, and I think it's a positive for our community. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
With that, there are no other commissioner lights. Public?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Sheriff Aaron Hansen. I'm happy to be here in front of you, not only as your elected peer, but one of your two counterparts that are subject matter experts in the area of law enforcement and public safety, myself and the county attorney. So just yesterday, my deputies responded to a radio call in the area of Irvington Road and Ida Road. A gentleman in his underpants brandishing two large knives, slashing at motorists as they drove by. My deputies responded quickly. They utilized the luxury of time, distance, and patience. They de-escalated this gentleman. He surrendered. They booked him into Douglas County Corrections on a multitude of felony charges. It hasn't been 2 or 3 weeks since one of my deputies was fired upon by a gentleman in western Douglas County experiencing a mental health crisis. I support this resolution. Law enforcement supports this resolution. We vitally need specialized, enhanced detention infrastructure for people who are experiencing mental health crises. And I think that the story's a little more complicated when it comes to local county corrections versus state prison. Commissioner Rogers is correct that corrections on the county level is typically shorter term than prison. That's true. But many of these individuals may be in that facility for months, if not a year or more, for good reason. The gentleman that my deputies encountered yesterday should not be considered for an easy pass-through to an unsecure mental health facility where he could assault staff, similar to what Madam Chair mentioned about private facilities calling to have individuals arrested and transported to corrections. Sometimes corrections is the last line of defense. We don't want our mental health staff assaulted in private facilities. We need to have specially trained staff to handle people that are criminally inclined and struggling with behavioral health challenges. This is the way to address both. I support it. The gentleman from yesterday, it's his first felony charge. He'll very likely get probation. I wouldn't be surprised. Probably rightfully so. But shouldn't he have an opportunity to regain his life and his dignity and his behavioral health in Douglas County Corrections via specialized infrastructure for people struggling with behavioral health and specialized care? In my opinion, that is the right way to proceed. And I hope you support this concept. I'll take any questions you might have.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hal Dobb, 314 North 97th Court, Omaha, Nebraska 68114. you're on the right track. I believe you've made some really good progress on a very complex and serious issue. But I'd like to point out that while the private sector may not have responded to mental health as a subject matter to your satisfaction, the whole world's focus has changed in the last 5 years, become much more sophisticated, much more aware, much more informed about how to treat and deal with mental illness in a variety of circumstances and forms. So I would think that the private sector is much more eager now than they have been in the past, and I'm on several boards that deal with these, CHI and others, and we are much more interested and aware. We were at CHI developing a full Florida manual and almost a $40 million project until the children's project came along and the ARPA money got diverted by everybody to get that off the ground for about a $90 million project, as you know. So there's much more awareness now. So I think that maybe you might think that giving them another chance within the framework of the ARPA funding, which is a real good seed to get this done, would be a real possibility going forward. So in terms of looking at the statute, looking at the county attorney's opinion, and looking at the Deloitte opinion, I think there's less certainty there than you should expect from those evaluations. I'm worried about that because the federal mandate is very clear. It's to extend services. You might fudge that by saying we can build a new room because that helps us hire more people to extend services. But it's a very, very fuzzy interpretation in my view. So my final comment goes to what Commissioner Boyle said. To take a good look at the requirement to look at alternatives, even for the jail expansion of services, to require 2 alternative programs be evaluated and run to ground financially to qualify for the ARPA funds is something I urge you to do. And that would right-size the use of ARPA money to leave more money, Commissioner Boyle, for where your proper focus is on those non-incarcerated individuals who should get help. They should. And giving them better services is important, and I commend the county board for wanting to do that. That's an obligation I don't think we push off onto the state because it'll be, who knows, when of that happen. The obligation can't be split in that regard, Commissioner Friend. So I'd like to see as much, not shrinking, but right-sizing of the funding and the design for the use of the funding for this resolution, should it pass, leaving as much unused ARPA funds for the balance of that, which could include private sector partnerships. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hi, Tim.
Tim Heller, 2110 South 35th Street in Omaha. Once again, I'm pleased to see the county is taking action on mental health care. We're in a statewide, national, global mental health crisis right now. When the federal government eliminated IMDs, Institutes for Mental Disease, under President Kennedy, we moved to a community-based care model, which has failed. While I understand the motivation, it was a mistake. It's been a dumpster. We now have a dumpster fire. The homeless population has dramatically increased. Now our jails, prisons, and courts serve as a primary source of mental health care. As Commissioner Friend stated, 40% of our current corrections center population is mentally ill. Care is needed. Commissioner Rogers, I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate it. But those in jail need services. Instead of just voting no, propose an alternative. In my humble opinion, this is a needed fix. These people deserve mental health care where they are for days, weeks, months, while they're incarcerated. The sheriff nailed it. If you don't want to treat them in jail, give them a facility. I agree with Commissioner Garcia. This has value and will serve the need. Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Stabilization services are desperately needed, especially inpatient. They're needed for the homeless shelters and at the hospitals, including the county hospital. We need both more providers and more beds. You've heard at the public hearings that we need more beds and more providers. We don't want the jail or the jail campus to be the primary source of care. As you move forward with this, I encourage you to involve other stakeholders and potential partners, including the State Advisory Board for Behavioral Health, which I chair, Organizations, hospitals, state legislatures, and others. Including these organizations may allow you to increase capacity, getting you closer to the needs of our area using those ARPA funds and other funds that may be available. Let's look at those partnerships with other entities, including the state and area counties, as Commissioner Morgan thankfully mentioned. Partnerships will allow us to go beyond 18 beds. Such a meeting will open the dialogue necessary with the state to properly fund these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Hello, Amber Wood in Omaha. I come to you as, I guess, a concerned citizen. I don't know if you know, but my daughter was killed in a mass shooting in November of last year. So listening to all of these things, one of the people involved in that shooting was on federal supervision, in and out of the juvenile system, murdering someone as a juvenile, clearly didn't get whatever mental health care he needed. I sit and I listen to all these things and I kind of hear the arguing, but in my opinion, public safety should be number one, and getting the people the help before you release them back onto the streets, which clearly didn't work for them before. They need, whether it's behavioral or mental, right? They need to feel good about themselves again so that they don't go back to doing the same exact things. So jail, there's a purpose for it, right? And some of the people involved with my daughter's killing are gonna be sitting there for a very long time. Are they getting the rehabilitation they need while they're there? I don't know. It seems to me that having more beds makes a lot more sense because, Commissioner Boyle, what you said, getting to people before they turn to criminal is proactive. And that's what needs to happen. I am not a fan of the pretrial release program. I think that if that would have been put to a public vote on public safety, there's a lot of people that should have been excluded from being able to be allowed for an experiment like that. And those types of people are the ones that are out, I guess, they don't care about your laws, your rules, felons with guns, they don't care. So building the jails, building the mental health beds, getting people what they need rather than just saving money and opening up beds for your paying customers, that's important. And I think public safety needs to be at the issue and the thought process of this too, which I think it is. I know that the sheriff is about public safety, cleaning up homeless camps and things, but where are you gonna put them, right? And yes, I don't think that there's a problem with putting them similarly together, but not in, like you said, Commissioner Rogers, not in the same building. But I ask that they actually get the help before you just let them go. Because that's not helping anybody. That's not helping any human. And if you ask any inmate, I mean, anyone who's committing a crime obviously has an issue, right? Whether it's they don't value life, whether they don't value themselves, and having those programs is gonna help. But I hear a lot about buildings and parking. I don't hear a lot about programs. So I don't know the process. I don't know if this is phase one, but I'm standing here as a citizen who would really, really like to see public safety number one here. And my daughter should still be here because those guys shouldn't have been out. So not everybody's the same. You should earn your time out. You should pass the mental health process. You should feel worthy before you're back out on the streets and getting in the same situation that you're in before. So please take into consideration the mental health aspect of this
1 minute.
and get it done as soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Liquor store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. Here we go again talking about ARPA and obviously the ineffectiveness of some programs. Carryover from last week, there was, some people would call it fear mongering about what's going to happen when we lose the ARPA money. Well, what is going to happen? The Treasury will go dry eventually, and these people you're giving money to because it's ARPA, when that's gone and you can't get it anymore from the state or the federal government, how are you going to pacify them? Your own agenda is filled with items here that are over budgeted. You've got to start stopping the spending on unnecessary things. And the other thing too is, I think you're formulating policy here, and we didn't get to vote once again. The citizen who you work for is not getting to vote on this. The citizen probably doesn't want mental health mixed up with the jail population or the juveniles. They maybe want to go back to the separately housed mental health facility. Call it the cuckoo's nest or whatever, but you have specifically trained people there. If these programs aren't working, stop pouring money into those partners. Citizens are partners. We pay the tax dollars that you're spending. We are a stakeholder as much as anybody else. And we're trying to tell you, this is wrong. Don't do that. You've got 42nd Center that we've been paying for. You've got social services out there. You need to follow up with your community partners and say, can't we be more effective with our programs so we don't have to keep getting more numbers? And then you come along and say, oh, well, let's chase them out of the juvenile center because we want our numbers to look lower. You got to stop. Say no. Don't go after the ARPA dollars. You may have to cough up someday because some guy in Washington decides to pass a rule and regulation that, oh, you spent some funds that we want back. Do you really trust your federal government to not do that? Do you really trust them to not take the money plus a fine? If you too trust them, then you're maybe been in office too long. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board?
My name is Ernie Chambers. My address is 1825 Benny Street. And I listened to the discussion among the members of the commission. I listened to what Mr. Dobbs said. I was reared in a church, believe it or not. And in church, if something was said and you agreed with it, you didn't stand up and repeat it all. You just said amen, and that let people know. Well, to your complete shock and amazement, all I'm going to do this morning is say that I listened very carefully to what had been said up there. I listened to Mr. Dobbs, and to Mr. Dobbs' comment, I will just say amen.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board on this item?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Good morning, commissioners. I agree with putting a mental facility correction, a pod at corrections because you're already doing mental health for the inmates. So this is an enhancement, I believe. I don't agree with the comments about that this co-locating is somehow stigmatizing people who are in mental health, have a mental health condition, because you're already performing services to people who are criminally involved. So I don't agree with that. I think what the concept that you have on your resolution that says that you want to co-locate addresses the reality of what's going on in Douglas County. So I support the corrections piece, and I now support co-locating over there. But what wasn't on your study was a parking garage or concerns for parking, and so you don't have an amount how much a parking garage would cost at corrections or for co-locating, because you didn't ask it during the study. So I had to do my own research, and I propose here that your amount for a parking garage is about $3 million. 500 stall parking garage, $3 million, and that includes acquisition, design, and completion of a parking garage here. And I sent this source and use table to you guys, and then to the commission, the Public Building Commission, because I think they're the ones that can help with the parking situation holistically. Sheriffs, Omaha Police Department, your staff, city staff, the lawyers, people who are visiting the downtown area. The Building Commission can work on that and make it happen. So I propose that you need to, for co-locating, you need $65 million, and then your total expenses would be $67 million. And now it's a higher amount. The expense is higher than your income because of escalation. Escalation, I put it at 7.3 million, which I think is a lot. This project's probably 3 years, so you're probably going to be under 67 million with this source and use table that I provided. A few other points is that there is support in the community for co-locating. Just because you don't hear the support at Chambers doesn't mean there isn't. It's 10:30 a.m. on a Tuesday, so that's being the biggest concern
1 minute.
In the community, that your meetings are inconvenient to be attended. Also, about the ARPA and CARES funds, those were given to the county to respond to COVID, the COVID pandemic, and separating populations, co-locating, separating populations, that is a key response to the COVID pandemic. So I don't think the feds are going to really care that you move your community mental health services from a few floors to a whole facility that separates the populations. And then also getting other health facilities involved. They've got, like UNMC, for example, they have a federal hospital near their campus that they're working with. And so I think that other mental health facilities have
Thank you.
have enough on their
Thank
plate.
you,
Good.
Thank you.
I'm Nicole LeClaire, representing our Omaha. I really appreciate the conversation that you all have been having with each other and letting us be part of that, because I really just want what's best for mental health in our community. And I think working together, it can definitely improve and be better. I appreciate in the resolution about inviting all options for the enhanced provision of mental health in our community. And just letting more of the mental health field community know, because I am still aware many people do not know what is going on. So I try to inform them. In the past, you spent money on the Chin study, $189,000 for the Juvenile Justice Center. And so far, I believe with Alpavandra, it's been $62,000. Before recognizing if this money can be spent on this plan. So speaking to a wise friend who made herself very familiar with the Chin study, you know, she pointed out, like, where is the in-depth, independent study that this is the right direction to go in? So respectfully, Commissioner Boyle, I don't think there is enough for the rest of us out there for mental health. I have friends very much struggling, trying to find the help they need. ARPA for parking, that concerns me. How does that help people recover from the pandemic? That money is supposed to be spent on recovering from the pandemic. A parking garage, parking lot is not helping. My other concern, Visit Omaha was here, you know, tourists seeing Omaha and our jail alley, it's not so good for us or tourists. I just want to respond briefly. Last week, Commissioner Chair Borgeson said that we were disrespecting Sherry Driver and Mike Myers. I want to make clear, I did not hear that at all from any citizen up here, because I think they do a great job. We're not saying that at all. We just want more from people that are not under you to comment and have a say in this. Other people in the community having a say than the people who work for you and giving their input. I think that would be really helpful. Thank you so much.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board? There are no other lights on. I have one more time to speak, and I just need to say a few things in regards to, I don't know where Miss Woods went. There she is. First, I'm very sorry for your loss. And secondly, we're basically on the same page, really, when you think about it. Because you were saying what I am saying, and that is we need to be able to provide this mental health treatment to these folks while we have them, because that's what we're living with since behavioral health reform. We tried to tell the state that we would be right where we are, and that is our jails filling up with mentally ill and not having the resources to address it. But I do take exception that someone needs to regain their life and dignity in corrections. That is not, and I will never, ever, ever agree with that comment. It should be, again, outside of a jail setting, getting the proper treatment that they need in the proper facilities that they need with the proper experts giving that to them. And so again, both facilities within the same campus area not only, again, allowed more collaboration and cooperation, but once they were able to be discharged from corrections, there would be that continuity of care with our community mental health center right across the parking lot to continue that aftercare. That was the purpose. And Commissioner Morgan, $57 million isn't the correct amount, and that's what I was trying to get at. The projects that were on for last week totaled $60 million, 50 of ARPA, 8 from what we have in the general fund reserve, and $2 million for parking. It wasn't a parking structure. It was talked about for a long time. It was surface parking, and that we would have time to be able to look at. So I just wanted to clarify that. So what my point was is we have $50 million of ARPA. How much of this are we going to use for this project now that it's been separated? And my ask is that the $8 million be taken off the table because now we have an abundance of ARPA dollars since we're not using the other part of
the 50 million for the community mental health center. So that was my point in asking that. I guess that's really all. I just want to clarify also, I did not say last week that any one person was disrespecting or the public was disrespecting. In general, I feel that they are because they're not listening to, again, as the sheriff likes to use, our subject experts on this are our corrections director, who has a mental health background, and our director of our mental health facility, who provides the service and has provided the service for a number of years. So, again, I'm just asking for clarification, and if you need to bring back another resolution that outlines the numbers correctly, because they're not the same numbers that were on the resolution from last week. So thank you. Commissioner Boyle?
To make an amendment for that, take the $8 million off of this resolution.
As a friendly amendment, you could. Just say as a friendly
Oh,
amendment.
as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
To, I would say, yes, and to, well, really to take the $8 million of the, so it's the second, whereas this board also previously earmarked $8 million from its general fund reserve, previously CARES Act funds for mental health priorities. If we take that off of this resolution, that would be my friendly
That's fine.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Mhm.
I think we'll need to, also in the last, be it further resolved. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on with the mic. Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. I got pulled up here, but we'll just need to strike something on the last, the be it further resolved, the last paragraph towards in the second to last line. It says, after ARPA allocation, it says, and the general fund reserve money that was earmarked for mental health priorities. I assume we want to strike that general fund part then.
Correct.
All right. And I'm sorry, I saw Commissioner Boyle made the motion, but was there a second to that?
I haven't had a second yet.
Second.
All right.
Commissioner Commissioner Boyle, were you done? Okay, Commissioner Garcia?
Yeah, this is really a question to the amendment and perhaps a question for Patrick or anybody else who might have helped with some of this logic and resolution. Is it potentially correct to say that in this last part where it says, if it is determined the county cannot use ARPA funds to construct a parking structure or additional parking, this board hereby directs the use of general fund reserve dollars for that purpose? So was the point of mentioning the general fund, previously CARES Act funds, $8 million, putting that there because they're more flexible in use because they are now in the general fund and parking may not be allowable with the ARPA funds, which are still ARPA funds. They're not general funds currently. So was there a intention there with some of that flexibility and the connection to parking, which is in the second to last paragraph there?
Commissioners, this is Patrick. I'm on my way to a funeral, so I'm just zooming in. So yeah, the intent is that general fund reserve money, whether it's the $8 million that was set aside or other general fund reserve money, the intention simply is to, if we can't use ARPA money for parking, then we use it, the money out of the general fund reserve. It's all money together in the general fund reserve, whether it's the $8 million or not. It's all now one lump of general fund reserve money. So just to use that, any of that reserve money for parking if necessary.
Thanks, Patrick. So, is this still on? So, like I said, and it actually reads that the priority is ARPA funds. If we can use ARPA for the parking, then we do that. So essentially meeting the desire of the amendment that's on the table currently. The CARES Act funding / general funds are just a backup in case throughout this process our legal team or Deloitte or somebody says, hey, this parking piece of it probably not allowable by ARPA. You should probably go the general funds route. previously CARES Act funds. So I just wanted to put that out there because it relates to the amendment.
All right, seeing no other lights. So there was a motion and a second as a friendly amendment was put forth.
So basically, we'd be taking out the 8 million.
Reserve, right. Okay.
But all else would.
Yep.
Okay, so we're voting just on that amendment right now?
No, it was a friendly amendment.
Okay.
So it was
Well,
just added to.
Madam
the-
Chair, if I may, in practice previously, the original motion was by Commissioner Friend, second by Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, I failed to ask, do you agree to the friendly amendment?
Good question. I think I did second the motion, but what I want to make sure is what we did with that friendly amendment may not be enough if you actually, because there is down below that particular area that we struck, there is another section in there that we may have to amend as well. So I guess here's what I would say. We know that when we separate these two things, we know approximately the amount because it's been laid out there by Pavandra and his group that we're talking approximately about $33 million to do what Mike and Corrections actually needs. So if we accepted this amendment, we're going to come back later and address the actual amount of money we need appropriated to deal with the corrections facility and possibly parking infrastructure. If we don't get rid of that second piece down there in the second to last paragraph, are we okay? Should we amend them both? And maybe Commissioner Garcia was alluding to that. That would be my question for the board.
All right. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Following up on that, as I understand it, the amendment that we're talking about is exclusively to delete the language in the second whereas regarding the previously earmarked 8 million in general funds from the reserve. So that's all we're doing right now with this amendment, according to Commissioner Boyle, the amendment's proposer, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
No. No. But it also includes the language in the last be it further resolved.
Is that?
Because it does say reserved earmarked for mental health. Yeah.
Yes.
Keep it here, so you can keep, if I may, I still think we'll be able to use general fund money, it's just not delineated to be that 8 million particularly.
So
So
both of
just,
those have to be.
just the
removed.
language in the second whereas is what your amendment
That,
proposes?
and then taking out this part where it says the money that was earmarked for
Right.
mental health priorities, that needs to be out too, because that's those two are
Right.
together.
Okay, so it's a two-part
In the
amendment.
very last line of the last paragraph. And then the one prior to that where it says, the board hereby directs the use of general fund reserve dollars for that purpose, the parking garage, that's still doable. It's just gonna be not out of that CARES, necessarily out of that CARES Act money. It's just getting that $8 million back into the general fund, so it's not exclusively to be used for this part of this project.
Okay, so the two parts of your resolution are what we just talked about in the second whereas.
Yep.
Okay,
And then the last part where it says, with use of the county's remaining ARPA allocation, that's fine, and the general, so take out, and the general fund reserve money that was earmarked for mental health priorities. So
Okay.
we're not earmarking it anymore, is my point.
Okay, so we delete those words from and the general fund reserve money to priorities, period, right?
Yep.
Delete those. And delete the
second
the
whereas.
second whereas entirely. That's your resolution, your amendment.
Yes, so with the last line again of the whole document, with the use of the county's remaining ARPA allocation and general fund reserve money, period.
So you include in your deletion, with the use of the county's remaining ARPA allocation and the general fund reserve money that was earmarked for mental health priorities, period?
Take out take out that was earmarked for mental health priorities, because that's our CARES Act money. That's tied to this, it's trying to untie them.
I understand, but I'm just talking about
1
the
minute.
words that we're deleting, the specific words in that second
Okay.
part. Okay, could you read the words that you want deleted?
I will read be it further resolved that this board shall, between now and March 30th, 2024, consider all options for the enhanced provision of mental health in our community with the use of the community's remaining ARPA allocation and the general fund reserve money. Period.
Okay. What words are you deleting?
Does that work? That won't work?
I'm unclear. Would you just?
Hang on a minute, hang on a minute. You have 19 seconds left to ask any questions. Commissioner Kavanaugh, are you done?
No, I'm not, because
Well,
I
then
don't
you'll have to
know what
wait 'cause your
words in
time
the
is-
final be it resolved that you are asking for deletion of. Just read the words you want deleted.
Well, it's time, so we'll have to come back. Commissioner Morgan?
Well, I don't think any of us know for sure, including our county clerk, which words.
Well, I think I do.
Go
But
ahead.
I'm gonna pull up, I was trying to, this is if anyone was watching there was too much shine on what I was trying to show in the document, so I'm gonna go to the website. So if you give me a minute, I'll pull up the. All right. Actually, let's go to.
All of them have to be removed. All of them.
All right. So Karen's going to share this, and then I'll just kind of go over, highlight the language as best I can that we're talking about. Yeah, that one right there. Okay. So Commissioner, Madam Chair, if it's okay, Commissioner Boyle, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. So second paragraph, well, I can't highlight it unfortunately, but second paragraph, you can follow along with the mouse. We're talking about removing this one, whereas this board also previously earmarked $8 million from its general fund reserve, previously CARES Act funds for mental health priorities, and so you want that one part of
Correct.
that stricken. All right.
And then I just commiserated with my commissioner here. Anything that's tied into that would be down second from the bottom. Now, therefore, be it resolved. It's actually the last line starting, if it is determined the county cannot use ARPA funds to construct a parking structure and/or additional parking, this board hereby directs the use of general fund reserve dollars for that purpose. That's striking that.
Yeah, so if I
Since
may,
it's tied
Commissioner
in.
Boyle, to me, other than the second whereas that we're striking entirely, the last three paragraphs each have a reference to the general fund reserve.
Right, so
And so we
anything-
want to strike any language that
Yes.
that has something about the general fund reserve money.
Right, so the third paragraph from the bottom that starts, whereas this board also desires to consider all options. So it says, with the use of other portion of the county's remaining ARPA allocation, period.
Okay.
Then the next paragraph, now therefore it be resolved. It's actually that last sentence, if it is determined that the county cannot use ARPA funds, so that whole sentence.
Okay, this whole sentence that starts with if. The very
Yes.
last. Okay, all right, we're
And then
striking
the-
that.
And then the last paragraph, the very last few words, and the general fund reserve money that was earmarked for mental health priorities.
So after a period after ARPA allocation, that last paragraph. Okay.
That makes sense. Okay.
So in those.
Just a minute. Are you finished?
I am if you, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Boyle, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Morgan?
Thank you. So I think what you're doing is, in those 3 paragraphs, basically taking out where it says the ARPA allocation, general fund, reserve money, taking that reserve money out in those other 3 paragraphs, basically. And so now what that means is we have the $50 million, but that general fund money could be used if this board had a majority of it voting to say, hey, we need that surface parking lot. And I just want to say one other thing. It was stated by Lewis, and I'm not sure if he's still here. He talked about $3 million for building a parking garage. And he said you could build 500 stalls, which would be $6,000 a stall. At 39th and Farnham, because I did some checking on parking garages, that one was bid out. It's $50,000 what they're spending up there per stall to build that parking garage. It was bid 9 months ago. So you don't build parking garages for $6,000 a stall. That was a miss, and I wish Lewis was here. I wanted to comment on that. But surface parking, I think we can look at that as we go along to see what's needed. And if we need to use general fund, then we can do that or whatever we want to do. So,
All right, so there is a motion and a second on the floor. Any further questions or comments? Roll call?
Well, so Madam Chair, this is, the friendly amendment was accepted by Commissioner Friend and Commissioner Garcia, or is this a vote just on the amendment?
Commissioner Friend actually seconded the motion.
Okay.
So I guess I shouldn't assume. Are you okay with the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Okay, so just so everyone's clear at home, we are voting on the resolution that, and the friendly amendment to strike the general fund reserve money was accepted by the original motioner and seconder. So this is on the total item, if you will. Okay, I'll do the roll call vote now. Commissioner Boyle?
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Commissioner Friend?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers?
No.
Madam Chair?
No.
Motion passes 5-2. Commissioners Borgeson and Rogers voting no. All other commissioners voting yes.
Okay, thank you all. Next, we'll move to the presentation by the Douglas County Attorney on the department's 23-24 budget request, which is $392,252 in excess of their budget target amount. Good morning.
Good morning. I've got a PowerPoint set up. Okay, great, thank you. I go up and down with this.
You can go either way.
Good morning, Don Klein, Douglas County Attorney. It's good to see you. I haven't been up here for a while, but you know, I'm here every week with you by my esteemed colleague, Teresa, who I'm very proud to work with, and I know she does a great job in our civil division. The first thing I want to tell you is we're moved in now to the Justice Center, and I want to thank all of you for all the work that you've done to help us build that facility. It's A1. It's really given a lift to our folks who are kind of scattered about in 4 different places, and we're very appreciative of that. We're very appreciative of the taxpayer dollars that went in to fund that. So I did a little PowerPoint. I'll make this quick. I'm not going to take forever on this stuff. You know, I want to give you an overview just about the office generally. It'll be real quick. So if we could switch. We have basically 4 divisions in the Douglas County Attorney's Office. We have the civil division, the juvenile division, the criminal division, and then the victim witness unit. And I'll talk about a little bit about the responsibilities of each. The civil duties are all civil cases against the county where the county's a party to it. Teresa and her staff give legal advice to all the different county office holders, county offices about anything that they ask about. We handle all the personnel issues, contracts, labor contracts, and contracts just generally. We give the legal advice on those. And then we also do all the Turk appeals, which is a substantial amount of work. And that's not exclusive. There's more work that they do. And I'm going to talk about this later. The amount of money that it would cost the county to have these items farmed out to the private sector would be millions of dollars. So it's a real cost saving for the county to have this civil division that does all that work for the county. The juvenile division, the juvenile court has jurisdiction over individuals till they're 19 years of age. The mantra in juvenile court is what's in the best interest of the child. Our juvenile handles all the delinquencies or the pseudo somewhat criminal cases, abuse and neglect, termination of parental rights, which are the most heavy duty cases that are handled up there. They're automatically appealed to the Supreme Court. And then the status offenses, which would be truancy, those kinds of things. Extremely busy place. We have 16 lawyers there. We have 10 lawyers in the civil division. The criminal division is where everybody else is at. The criminal division, we handle all the felonies that happen in Douglas County. We file a little over 4,000 felonies a year. So we handle all those cases, whether it's they're indigent or whether they have private attorneys, whatever it might be. We handle all the domestic violence misdemeanors that occur usually before the city handled misdemeanors and traffic. We took those over a few years ago because of our specialized training with regard to domestic violence cases. We have four lawyers that just handle domestic violence misdemeanors. Very busy in that regard. We handle exclusively all the grand juries involved with in custody deaths. I have many that are waiting to be done. I kind of wanted to wait till the new clerk of the district court got acclimated before we set those. This is her first go around with those kinds of cases and starting that process. And then we handle all the problem solving courts. We have been at the cutting edge in Nebraska on problem solving courts. We started the first drug court in 1996 when I was a chief deputy. And now we're kind of a model for problem solving courts around the state. You've seen publicly where the Supreme Court and the legislature said, hey, we need to have more problem solving courts. We need to do what Douglas County does. We have a veterans treatment court that we started recently. We have a young adult court. We have our diversion program, and we have mental health diversion. So we have at least 350 people that we divert out of the system at one time. And it's really gratifying. I would hope that some of you could get to a graduation, particularly of drug court. We don't want to send people on a possession charge or people who have addiction issues to the penitentiary. We want to get them fixed. We want to get them help. And so we give them many chances. Sometimes people slip and they fail, but we have great people that are involved with the drug court. And the graduations are kind of amazing to see these folks who have been through a lot and graduate from drug court and go on to be successful. I've had people come up to me. I've had a guy come up to me and say, Mr. Klein, you don't remember me? A couple of years ago, you let me into drug court. I have a terrible methamphetamine problem. I know I still do. But you know what? I'm handling it. And I handle it every day. And I've got a job. I've got a family. And I'm doing great. Nothing's better than that kind of a success story. So, and that's a huge cost saving, quite honestly, for the people of Douglas County and for the people of the state of Nebraska by not sending people to prison. The coroner duties, people don't realize I'm as the elected in Douglas County, I'm the coroner. So all the deaths that occur in Douglas County, we are on call 24/7, 365 days a year to make determinations about those deaths. If it's an unattended death, if a doctor won't sign a death certificate, if we need to do a forensic autopsy. We have 4 doctors, Dr. Bowen, Dr. Eliff, Dr. Lindy, and Dr. Berg, who perform those forensic autopsies at our morgue and autopsy suites that are at 38th and Leavenworth that we didn't have to pay for, the taxpayers didn't have to pay for because of our work with Live On. They provided those to us. and that's a tremendous cost saving. I've always worked very hard with Live On because I think it's something that your constituents and my constituents would want us to do. If there's ever opportunity that we can take this tragic situation, this death, and take something good from it, then we need to be able to figure out a way to do that. There was pushback years ago about, well, you can't do a forensic autopsy if there's organ recovery, so it's jeopardized the case. It has never happened. And so we're very proud of the ability that we can work together with them and make sure that we can have organ recovery, tissue recovery, bone recovery, eyes, all those things about when those deaths occur and the family wants us to do that kind of work. We work with families, funeral directors, the medical profession, and with Live On a daily basis in that regard. And then the other area that we do 24/7, 365 days a year is the Board of Mental Health, where if a person's mentally ill and dangerous to themselves or someone else, the family can come to the Board of Mental Health to do a petition, and law enforcement can do a petition to have that person committed by the board, which meets every Tuesday and Thursday at hospitals around the county. And our person's there. We make the decision if we can go ahead and have them committed, least restrictive environment, only until and such time as the doctors say that person's okay, or they're taking their meds, or they're not dangerous anymore. So it's a great service to the people of the county, and it dovetails with some of the medical health issues that you've been talking about this morning. We also are involved in training with regard to CIT training, which is critical incident training with law enforcement, how to handle those situations when they come upon somebody who's, as they call AADM, or has a mental health problem, so that it doesn't escalate into an issue where somebody gets hurt, and we help the law enforcement officers figure out what to do in that situation and who they can talk to as far as having mental health support when they're in that particular situation. So that's just kind of a quick overview. Fiscal savings, I think it's important to recognize that with that autopsy suite and morgue, we saved the county millions of dollars. And I would ask you to go over and see that facility. It's top of the line. It's real. If you had ever been to the county hospital morgue and seen that compared to what we have now, and we have more storage facility for bodies, it's really a nice facility, and I would encourage you to take a look at that sometime, and I'll be happy to show it to you. The civil division, we save, I said, an extraordinary amount of money with what we do in handling the cases that we do, that if the county had to farm out those cases to the private sector, we would be paying millions of dollars in legal fees. And I think the services that you get from that office, or our office in the civil division, really shows, and you see it on a daily basis with what you do. We receive over $1 million in grants. We're aggressively seeking those. We get grants from the state. We get grants from different services that are provided. It's kind of a little bit scary when you go after grant money, because you know at some point in time the rug could get pulled out from under you, and they'll have to come to you and ask for money to have those services. We get grant money for, like I said, domestic violence. We get grant money for the criminal victim witness unit. We also get it from the Department of Motor Vehicles because of the work that we do on motor vehicle homicides in the traffic division. We have a couple of positions that are paid for there, or some help. Obviously, the problem-solving courts and diversion are a great cost saving for our county by keeping people out of the criminal justice system if we can. Like I said, we have at any one time, we have about 350 people that we keep out. We are asking for more money over our target. I think I've come before you, and I can ask Mr. Lenz, over my 16 years as county attorney, I think twice for a supplement, and both times I think it was because we had an overrun of autopsy costs. It's not something that we can control. It's because we do autopsies when we have to do autopsies, and sometimes there's more that we have to do, and if we do, then it's hard to project, is what I'm saying, on the budget sector of that. So this time we have to come to you and ask for about another $250,000 for our autopsies. Our cost increase has gone up to $2,100 per autopsy, which is significantly low. My friend Matt Wilbur, who's the Potawatomi County attorney, they have a medical examiner system but his county still has to pay, I think, $2,800 to $3,000 for every autopsy that's done. If we asked the med center to do an autopsy for us, it would probably about, I would say, between $3,000 and $3,500 per autopsy. So our doctors really do a great job for us. They're experts, and the cost that we've been able to maintain over the years has been very reasonable for that. But it still costs money when we have the number of autopsies we have. We're projected to do 522 autopsies. We usually go by the annual year rather than the fiscal year, and so that's going to raise our level to about $250,000 more that we'll need to cover those autopsies. So it's not to hire more people, it's not to do anything for the office, it's just to be able to pay for those posts. We're also asking for another $100,000 for independent contractors who do our forensic phone and computer analysis, to download information from those items, to examine those items, to analyze those items, and to testify in those items. Somewhat like we have with our DNA lab at the Med Center. They do that forensic analysis for us. We have them come in and testify with regard to DNA. The same thing with forensic analysis. The police department or law enforcement will do downloads, but they don't have the capability sometimes to do the analysis of what's in those downloads. And I could name several cases that we've done over the years where that is a tremendous, significant part of the evidence that's in that case. Garcia case, for one example, the quadruple murders of Dr. Brumbeck and his wife, and Tommy Hunter, and the caretaker Shirley Sherman in Dundee. Those were all solved because of forensic evidence that came from cell phones and computer tablets. We also had printer and paper expenses from our move that cost about $15,000. And then there was some money of like $20,000 for privacy curtains in the windows in our new offices. So that's the expense that we have. We also raised our law clerk salaries. We were paying our law clerks minimum wage. That wasn't very good for them. There's other counties that paid a lot more, and so we had to get that up to we could pay them like $15 an hour to be law clerks in our office, and that's going to be another $35,000 in our budget. So that's what I'm asking for. I think that it's stuff that to some extent is out of our control. I think the services that you have seen us give the county over the years have been very good and will continue to be good for you and the constituents that you serve and that we serve also. We believe in public service. That's our mantra every day. I tell our lawyers and the people that work for us is the overarching view of a county attorney is, what can we do today when I come into work to make Douglas County a better, safer place to live for all the people here on all sides of the spectrum. So that's why I'm here today, and that's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Morgan?
Just want to thank you for all you and your staff team do for us. Most appreciative of the work that you've done the past 15 years here for Douglas County. This is about a 3% increase over the target budget is the way I've looked at it, and we will see how that all goes. Thank you.
If there's any follow-up, I'd be happy to ask or
Very
answer
good.
any questions.
Commissioner Boyle?
I think I'd like to just, I agree with Commissioner Morgan. At the same time, I was wondering if you could give me some more details about like cost savings, like how much by having more staff, how much you save, and in specific incidents. I think I just like the numbers. When the sheriff's office came, I asked for the same thing. So I think I'd just like to see numbers on what we're spending, and then as far as the increases go, and then specific examples of what cost savings measures that your office has undertaken. I think it's much easier and palatable to vote for something when we see what efforts are being made at savings.
Well, I think I told you what savings we do for the county. None of this money that's the over budget request is for personnel. It's not for any people. it's to give the, our salary a little bit of an increase with regard to law clerks from $8 or $9 an hour to maybe $15 an hour. The rest of it is just for costs that we incur in the course of prosecuting criminal cases, and the cost of being the coroner, and that the autopsies that are required when we have an unattended death, where a doctor's not going to sign a death certificate, where we have to find out. Obviously, the trauma deaths are one thing. A hospital death's another, where the doctor says we know what this person died from, or if there's been an attended death, or somebody who's been treating someone for a while. But when we don't know the cause, then we have to do a post. And we try to be very careful on what we do, but we certainly don't want to have, and it's happened a long time ago, a situation where we don't have a forensic autopsy done, and later somebody says, gee, I think somebody bopped this person in the head, and now he's buried, so we'll have to exhume the body and then try and figure out why that person died, if there's some kind of activity that's questionable. Or sometimes there might be young people that might be passing away, and we don't know what causes that. Maybe there's a contagion that's going around the county that we need to get our hands on right away and let the health department know. The other thing that I've asked our forensic doctors to track for me is our overdose deaths. We've had a 400% increase in overdose deaths with regard to fentanyl in the last 3 years in Douglas County. It's horrible. It's very frightening. So that's another reason. But I can't tell you, the cost savings that we do, and we're very careful about our things that we do, is like the autopsy suites. We had to have those done. Yeah. So we worked with Live On, and they said, you know what, if you will work with us, we'll build you this right in their new building there at 38th and Leavenworth. And they did that for us, and they built us a new morgue, and the taxpayers aren't paying anything for that. So
I guess I'm just asking for, can you send me send us a document that just kind of outlines things that your office does to help with
the other
cost
thing
savings.
is, as we said a minute ago, is the grant funding. We're aggressively always seeking out grant money that kind of subsidizes our budget also, and so we try and get that, and we have been successful in getting about $1 million in grant funding for our office. Yeah. But I'll be happy to send you some other things as I think about it.
Just something written up, just to be able to just take a look. It's just nice to know what efforts are being made by our departments to watch costs, and I support it. It's just a matter of let us know about the grant funds and things like that. I'm just curious, kind of what other revenue sources are there besides property taxes, so we can mitigate some of the costs.
Well, one of the things I can tell you right now we have done is we haven't hired. We're short probably, I think, 2 lawyers in juvenile. 3 in the felony division and 2 in the civil division that we haven't filled those positions yet, because we're trying to save money as we come to the end of the budget year. And so we're going to fill those with newer lawyers, people who we have as working as law clerks, probably fill those positions with. So we've kind of waited and tried to save money in that regard also.
Yeah, great. So if I could just get something sent, that would be great.
You bet.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Don, thanks for this. I don't know if I didn't see it in our backup materials, a hard copy of this, if you could send it to us.
Sure, I'll be happy to provide that.
My general philosophy is, look, you're elected by the people of Douglas County to do a job. I think you do a good job, and you watch your budget closely. If you need more resources, we're here to provide them, so I think this is entirely appropriate. I have a kind of a technical question, and maybe I'm just overlooking something. So in the document that we received, it said presentation by Douglas County Attorney on the department's FY 23-24 budget request, which is $392,252 in excess of their budget target amount. And this over budget document that we have right in front of us says $442,000. Is there something in here that is not in here, or am I missing something?
Yeah, some of the move things weren't in the original request. I think the $20,000 for the privacy curtains, the $15,000 for the printer and paper due to the move weren't added into that original request, so that's probably where it comes from.
Okay, so the request is $442,000.
Yeah, if you add everything up, I think that's where it comes from.
And I appreciate your problem on staffing. Staffing seems to be endemic throughout government, business, America. And if there's anything that we can do to help on that, I'd be happy to entertain that if you want to come back on that.
Well, we have some really good people lined up. We don't want to just hire somebody to hire somebody. We want to have really good folks in the Douglas County Attorney's Office, and that's what we're intention are, and that's our goal, and that's what we'll do. So, any other questions?
Were you done, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, thanks.
No other lights?
Thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation, budget presentation.
Thank you very much.
Is by Douglas County Civil Service Department on the department's fiscal year 23-24 request, which is $301,267 in excess of their budget target amount. And with us today is our Human Resources Director, Karen Bush. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I am well, thank you. I appreciate your time. As Chair Borgeson outlined, we are here requesting about $301,000, which is over our target budget. And I just wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about what we do. I think sometimes human resources is not really an understood department. And so in September of 2019, the Civil Service Department, Commission Department office moved to reporting to the county board by statute. And so we now report to the county board directly. And we support all the county employees, not just those that are civil service employees. We provide support to the sheriff's office, the merit and sworn deputies. We provide support to the county attorney's office. And so while we are the Civil Service Commission office still, we are also the Human Resources Department for the whole entire county. And we provide support in FMLA, investigations, compensation. For example, recently we provided support to the Douglas County Attorney's Office in preparing a compensation policy and a pay structure for their county attorneys. So we also provide support through training. The main items that I'm here requesting, the bulk of the money is for staffing. And so this first slide that's before you, we went out and looked at our comparables. And so the city of Omaha has 3,627 employees. The Lincoln Lancaster has 3,570. We have 2,483, and Sarpy County has 739 employees. And so those employees are supported by human resources staff in those departments, with 25 HR employees at the city of Omaha, 30 at Lincoln Lancaster, 5 at Sarpy County, and there are 13 employees in Douglas County HR. And so one of the ratios that has historically been utilized in looking at what is an appropriate level of staffing for human resources, the rule of thumb used to always be 1 HR employee for 100 employees. And so as you can see, Lincoln Lancaster has 119 employees per HR person. The city of Omaha has 145. Sarpy County has 147, and Douglas County has 191. We support 191 employees per each HR person. And so we're asking for 3 additional positions, and even with those additional positions, we would still be higher than any of the other HR departments as far as staffing, as far as the number of employees that we would be supporting would still be roughly 155 employees. So the additional staff that we're looking to hire are an investigator and employee relations person. Currently, right now, our employee complaints are 4 times greater this year than what they were over last year. We're seeing more complaints coming into our department. The employee relations meetings that we have, we're having 2 times more than we've had in the last 12 months. And our formal complaints and employee relations matters, they become more complex. We're spending a lot more time watching camera footage, doing more time with in-depth interviews, and then we provide recommendations to the departments on what they need to do to correct any issues. And then we have extensive communication with department heads, elected officials. With the civil division of the county attorney's office, we spend quite a bit of time in communication with them. And all of our formal complaints really revolve around legal items, such as complaints that relate to Title VII violations, ADA, FMLA, the Fair Labor Standards Act. And so our investigations often are utilized when we have an NEOC or an EEOC charge that is brought forward, or there's a lawsuit that's brought by an employee to the county, and the civil division does rely on our investigation information to help defend the county should that occur. Right now we have 3 HR staff, including I'm included in that we are the people doing the interviews and conducting the investigations. And quite candidly, we just don't have the bandwidth to take on any more investigations. And what is occurring currently is that the timelines are taking too long. It takes us entirely too long to complete an investigation. We're usually managing multiple investigations at the same time. And that has a cost to the county, because the longer our investigations take, the more time that those department employees may be out on paid administrative leave, where they're not actually working. They're sitting at home until we can complete our investigation. As far as the other position that we were looking at is the recruiter's position, and almost every organization in Omaha that is of any size has a recruiter, at least one recruiter. We have none. And so right now we have 264 job postings that we've been averaging over the last 2 years, and we have 7,000 applications that we've received in the last 12 months that we've processed, and we've hired 581 people. We currently have 81 vacant positions, and those positions are averaging about 75 vacant positions that we have open all the time in the last 2 years. Our average time to fill a job is 58.4 days. That's almost 2 months from the time that the position is posted until we actually have a person hired and ready to work in that position. And as has been stated, I think, by a number of people, it is increasingly more difficult to find qualified candidates. And so we need to increase our applicant sourcing efforts and manage our advertising and social media efforts, and we don't really have the bandwidth to do that at all right now. We currently have, just to give you an example, we've conducted and proctored 191 employment tests in the last 12 months, and that takes a considerable amount of time from our staff as well. And then the last position that we were looking at is a pension benefit specialist, and this is taken quite a bit of time to maintain the legal compliance associated with our plan and administer it, to support the retirement committee. And we processed 315 pension withdrawals from the plan, as well as calculated actual pension payments. And as you'll see on the slides as well, I'm not proposing to hire people at market value at what the market's paying. We can't really afford that, I don't think. And so I anticipate that we will be training individuals. So we will be bringing people on board and having to train them. And that's just my hope in trying to get these positions approved. It would be nice to be able to hire people at market value, but I don't know that that's a possibility within the budget. And but these positions are needed, and I've held off on hiring people for a number of years. Probably when we could have used them, and quite candidly, the exempt employees in our department have worked considerable hours. Nobody's been working less than 60 hours a week for the last probably 4 years. And I'm very concerned about burnout amongst my staff. And I will tell you, HR staff are very much in demand, and my senior staff are receiving recruitment from public entities as well as private entities multiple times a day. And I'm very thankful. We have a very competent staff. I'm very thankful that they have been willing to remain, but it gets harder and harder with the available offers that are available outside of the county. Other additional requests are, I'm asking for $77,857 for licensing fees for additional technology for recruiting, onboarding, and e-forms. Those fees have been paid the last 2 years through either accumulated encumbrances that I've been able to save from year to year, and then also the CARES funds. And this is this really became essential during the COVID outbreak and pandemic, where we didn't have the ability to have people coming in, and we were doing more online through technology. And the interesting thing is that people have enjoyed that, and they want to continue to utilize those, both applicants and our departments. And we don't really have a good option under Oracle for these areas. These are things that we have to do through a third-party software at this time. E-learning content, asking for $20,000. This is for required mandatory compliance training that we need to do annually. And again, trying to save costs. We don't use an LMS system that we have found, a learning management system. We utilize .coms. It's not the most effective method, and it does take a lot of time for us, but it's probably saving us an additional $30,000 or $40,000 in licensing fees by using .coms. This is purchasing just the content that would go out to employees for training. And then the last item is $12,000 for advertising. We currently use CareerLink, which used to be a really great source, but it's no longer a really great place to advertise. But they do utilize and partner with some other organizations. But for some of our harder to fill positions, it would be great if we could source and utilize additional advertising that we currently just don't have the budget to use or to utilize. So. And then finally, things that we do to try to mitigate efforts and reducing costs is that, again, we've leveraged current technology to the greatest extent possible, which has benefited not only our department, but all the departments and offices within the county. And that includes Oracle, NeoGov, and then Talent LMS, which is the .com software. I have utilized our exempt employees to avoid paying overtime and compensatory time, but I am, again, quite concerned about burnout. There's only so many hours I can ask them to be away from their families and other activities that are important to them personally. And we are starting to see an increase in the amount of compensatory time that's being paid to our non-exempt employees because they're having to work overtime in order to manage benefits, to do job descriptions, to handle employment processes. And we continually evaluate our processes, trying to determine what is actually necessary and what is nice to have, and then trying to improve any efficiencies in those processes. We also take advantage of HR training that is provided free of charge through various organizations, and I can tell you that saves the county at least $10,000 to $15,000 a year. We have certifications that we maintain. And then probably the biggest dollar savings, to be honest with you, is that we utilize the county attorney's office's civil division at every opportunity and moment we can, instead of paying an outside labor firm to help us. And then also they do provide us support with the civil service. Even though we do have a civil service attorney that we utilize for hearings, we definitely try to use the civil division of the county attorney's office to avoid any of those additional costs. And they are a huge, huge resource for us and a big cost savings for us. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Karen. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Thanks for this. I'm kind of a graphs guy, and so, you know, the things you lay out here are very instructive. For instance, Douglas County now has 2,483 employees.
Yes.
Which, you know, I've been here since 15. That's up hundreds just since I've been here. And, you know, it's good to have a check on that. You know, I've maintained over time that we should probably take up some of these matters in our finance committee, kind of like a appropriations committee, but I don't have any problem with talking about it in public on the record here. The reason that I say maybe the committee would be a good vetting forum for that, and we've done this in the past, is if I read this right, your budget is $1.5 million, more or less, and you're asking for an additional 301,000, more or less, which is about 19-20% increase. Okay, so when the county attorney, an elected official, was here, you heard me say that my public policy is if you're elected by the people and you come to us for more resources, I'm inclined to give them to you. You're responsible to the people for that expenditure. You're a department head. You're not elected by the people. So when you come, it's a little different. And in this budgetary process, you know, the county attorney's coming in and asking for a 3.4% increase in really, really important stuff to the quality of life and public safety in Douglas County. You're coming in and asking for a 20% increase, and I appreciate what you said, and I'll go into one or two items on your thing here, but in this budget process, I mean, a 20% swing is a big swing, and I'm just wondering, you know, how do we get to even 20% just right out of the gate, if you can say?
Well, as I said, I think the biggest factor, Commissioner, and that's a very good question, is the fact that our workload has increased substantially, and,
Okay.
and in an effort to try and maintain costs, I have taxed my staff in order not to come to ask for an amount every year or every other year. This,
Let me just stop you there. So that workload and the staffing thing, that's interconnected.
yes,
And I saw your comparison to, you know, Lancaster and Sarpy and the city of Omaha in terms of employees per employee of you, staffing, you know, ratios and things. Those things are interconnected, and everybody's, as you heard the county attorney say, having staffing difficulties.
yes.
Just systemic, nationwide, probably worldwide. Okay, that's one thing. Here's one where, you know, maybe we could adjust a little bit, and I'm just bringing this up because it's not that. It's not staffing. Additional budget request, license fees, e-learning content, and advertising. That's about a third of your ask here, and it's not staffing, and, you know, it doesn't go to that. I understand, you know, these would be nice things to have. Whether or not they're essential to this ask would kind of be my question. I mean, I'm not asking you to do a Sophie's Choice of pick your favorite child here, but if you were to triage this, am I right? These would be kind of lower on the immediate list of needs for you and your department than maybe enhancing the staff and adjusting that staff to employee ratio?
I think that is a very good question.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing.
Oh, I said, yes, I think that's a good question. To make a choice.
1 minute.
The licensing fees are difficult to give up because those are current softwares that we've been using for about 3 years. And they have to do with our online application system. They have to do with onboarding new employees. And without them, we would have to go back to using either very antiquated software with Oracle, or we would have to go back to a manual process, would actually increase the number of staff that I would need to ask for. We're processing 7,000 applications.
So maybe look at e-learning content and advertising just as an interim. So,
yes,
you know, we're not asking for 20%, maybe we're asking for 15%. It's still a lot, but it's better than 20%.
Yeah, I would say if you're asking me to prioritize, I would say the staffing and the licensing fees would be the most important.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Morgan?
Commissioner Kavanaugh is correct, the 20%. I know Lori Persh and Joe Lorenz my friend and myself are going to be discussing it, and we do appreciate, all of our county employees and what our directors and elected officials do. So we'll be having discussions and taking a good close look. So, but I thank you for the work you do, Karen. You have a
Thank you.
real dedication, I know, and your staff.
Thank you. Yeah, everything HR does touches every other department and their ability to operate efficiently and effectively, so.
Thank you. Were you done, Commissioner Moore? You're done? Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Karen, good information, and it makes sense. The weird part about it is, and we're certainly not trying to necessarily grill you here. What I would say, educate me a little bit, and I'm probably a little bit old school. It's not really a long drawn out question, but it will help educate me. So years ago, I've worked. This is a large organization. It's a $500 and some million organization. You have an HR department, and I understand the division of labor between a recruiter and a pension and benefit specialist, especially in a large organization. Here's where you could educate me. Historically, I've been in organizations where they said, hey, look, we're going to pay you pretty good money. Not only are you going to do recruiting over here, you're going to be the benefit. I mean, they're training HR reps to do that, right? Some of our colleges are still kicking them out, and they're saying, you have skill sets, you're a very outgoing person. Yeah. Tell me what you think about that. I'm not trying to squeeze numbers here. What I'm saying is, tell me what that environment looks like now. Can a trained HR rep, if we paid them market value, can they multitask some of these things?
Almost all of the employees in our department are cross-trained and multitask.
Right now.
So right now, and that would still be the intent, so that if we needed, but right now I can honestly tell you our workload is such that we need a person who's dedicated to doing investigation work, and the people that are currently doing investigation work need to be focusing on other things. I'm the department head. I'm a working supervisor. I don't even have time to focus on strategy, what we need to be doing for our human resources efforts going forward from today and out 5 years so that we're prepared. We don't have time to do training. We have such a training need within the county for leadership especially, and even just for our basic employees so that they know what their legal rights are for family medical leave. We don't have time to do any of that training because we're spending so much time in other areas. And again, I'm not overstating our workload and the complexity of change. There's more and more laws all the time that we have to comply with. There's 2 that are coming out this year that are related to pregnancy rights for employees. And it takes time to digest those laws, to develop training, to make sure everybody goes through training. And all those types of things are additive. So,
okay. Thanks, Karen. So what happens right now if we have X amount of jobs available? Is there anybody out there doing, and it's probably somebody on your staff who doesn't have time to do it based on the circumstances, but is there anybody out there that's working with LinkedIn, working with Indeed, working with anybody else and saying, or making calls to people at other companies, so we have no recruiter, right? Do we have a pension and benefits specialist right now?
We do not have a pension and benefits specialist. We have a compensation and benefits manager, and she's running the department plus doing all of the pension calculations and everything herself. And she works 6 days a week.
Okay. And if I'm not laughing at it.
I know you're not.
I'm worried about it.
Yeah.
So, a final point. She's doing the pension and benefits stuff. She's probably also doing the investigative stuff. So nobody's doing any recruiting.
Nobody's doing recruiting. Our employment staff right now spends their time processing employment applications, processing job postings and job requisitions. They manage the employment testing. They handle the investigations. They do the training.
Okay.
Those three, there's like three people and the manager, they handle everything that's related to talent acquisition
Okay.
and development.
Okay. Well, Karen, we'll talk later. Thank you for the information,
You're
very in
welcome.
depth. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. No other lights from commissioners, and I can just echo what Karen has said. I think that's the one comment I get from a lot of different departments and offices is that you need help in order for the system to work better. And we have held the line for a number of years, a lot of years, when it comes to HR. And I think over the years, we've also seen the increase in importance of HR and adequately staffing it and giving them the resources to help all of our departments and offices. So thank you for the thorough presentation.
Thank you.
All right, our last presentation on budget is our emergency management department fiscal 23-24 budget request, which is $98,956 in excess of the budget amount. And with us today is Paul Johnson to present the budget.
Looking for yours. Which one's yours? Not that one, not that one. I lost it, hang on. You wanna show that, or do you wanna show, which one do you wanna show?
That one's right.
This other one?
Nope, the other one.
The screen? Okay, hang on 1 second. Good?
Yep, thank you. Paul Johnson, Director of the Douglas County Emergency Management Agency, and insensitive to your time, I'll be brief today. What I presented here is a situation that we find ourselves in the 23-24 budget year. If you look at the handout that I gave you, and it's also up on the screen, we've relied on over the years on supplemental grant money from the state of Nebraska, and that has really helped us balance our expenditures that flow up and flow down depending on the year. And typically, you know, our siren costs are such that if it's a hard winter, we get more repairs in the spring, and if the winter is mild to us, it's not quite as drastic. So it does go up and down. As you can see, sirens are getting older, and we've had some that have been out there a long time, and the expenses to fix those sirens does tend to go up. And what we have found ourselves in is where the supplemental grant money has pretty much evaporated and gone. That money actually is money that comes down from FEMA to the state, and there is really no requirement that the state hand that down to the locals. They do here in Nebraska, which we are grateful for, but some states are really stingy on that and don't do it. So we're very fortunate in that respect. But we do get money from the state of Nebraska, but the supplemental grant award is the money at the end of the year for which they might have extra, and so they allocate it out to the locals. And that is the money that has not materialized here. In fact, I've talked to the assistant director, and he said, hey, those days are gone. We're at the point now where supplemental grant money is just not going to be around. If you look at Yeah. Where are you? I can't find your mouse. There you are. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. If you look at the budget request we have for 23-24, it boils down. I tried to be specific here so that you could actually look and see where that money is going. It's $98,956, $15,000 for utility locates. There's so much expansion going on in the county that every time a contractor has a project or a developer, and even when Douglas County expands a roadway or whatever it is, if there's a siren there, we have to mark that utility. We're the owner of that utility from the transformer to the siren itself. So we have siren utility locates that need to take place. We have preventative maintenance, of course, we need to do. In fact, we don't do much preventative maintenance, and over time, that ends up costing us money. And we've tried to address that with this budget here, that we can start doing some preventive maintenance on the sirens. We have some siren upgrades that need to take place. And those siren upgrades vary in their degree of concern. Some of them, the poles are listing. They improper footing. That siren head weighs 250 pounds up there. And so when the wind catches that, and over time, if you don't have good soil conditions, and if there was no proper footing with the siren when it was installed originally, we have to go out there and redo that. And so over time, that takes its toll. We have utility lines that go to the sirens, of course, the electrical lines, and the wind over time works on the wires and causes a disconnect up there, so we have to fix those as well. And the NRD flood warning system, this is based on an agreement that was signed back in 1992, 1993 for a flood warning system. The flood warning system actually has improved greatly. To be honest with you, it's one of those things that's kind of surprising, but it's really quite a system today versus when it was originally installed, such that when you go on a website, the National Weather Service website or a state hydrology website, whatever it is, and you see the river levels and you see the graphs of the river and where they're going to crest or where they're going to fall, you can actually take proactive measures and to mitigate families that live along the river and properties that might be affected by the flooding. So that is the $40,000 there at the very end. So all total, we're at $98,956. I know it sounds like an exact number, but what we did is that preventive maintenance. We've kind of averaged that out, what we're paying, and we allocated that out for the number of sirens that we have. So that's it in a nutshell. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Paul, thanks for this.
You bet.
I just got back from Colorado, and I drove there and back. Very strange weather. There's this huge fire in Canada, and so it's like smoky almost all the way. And when I got there, there's all this talk about very anomalous weather, particularly kind of up in the Front Range. Tornadoes happening out of the blue from, never happened before. And I know that this is a big concern with you. And what I'm interested in is a couple things. You're kind of our first line of warning on tornadoes. I've been here all my life. I've seen tornadoes cut through this town. My grandparents' house was taken by a tornado back in the teens. It seems that how often they happen and the severity of them when they come is being affected by climate change. Is there some difference in tornado threat that we're seeing right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. The International Association of Emergency Managers has taken in and looked at that data. And it's interesting. There's an article that just came out from them not too long ago. And what they've seen is it's a major shift in the fact that, strangely enough, based on what they're trying to assimilate with the climate change, they've seen a huge number a huge increase in the severity and the frequency of tornadoes in the southeast, and it looks like it's almost dividing in two belts. You get the it used to be Tornado Alley, all the way up from Texas up to the northeast. Now it looks like it's two belts. There's a belt going in the south and southeast, and then you've got the traditional Great Plains states. So they're saying that they're attributing that to climate change, and that's actually increased the number of tornado events just by identifying the two belts of tornadoes that go that way. Here in Nebraska, just about every tornado we ever get comes from the southwest to the northeast. We've had some few exceptions, but by and large, that's the way they typically happen. And each tornado for us, our tornado season typically is May, June. We've had some, in March and April, but that's rare. In Nebraska, I might add, believe it or not, we've had tornadoes now all year round. We've never had that before. And so we've had them actually one in every month.
So can I stop you right there? So the annual incidence of tornadoes in our area has gone up? Is that what I'm hearing you saying? The annual incidence?
The
number of tornadoes a year in Nebraska?
Yes and no. In other words, we've had some tornadoes, but if you look at it in Nebraska, or you're talking about Douglas County, in Nebraska, of course, we go by the number of warnings.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So the number of warnings has increased. Okay. Now, whether or not there's a tornado depends on whether or not the Weather Service came out and verified it as a tornado based on the evidence they see and that type of thing. So, yes, we've seen tornadoes increase, but it's the number of warnings that we're looking at that concern us. We're warning now for a bigger variety of things because of not only tornadoes but the severe winds. We've had severe winds here that cause tornado damage.
Okay, so tying into our siren system, does that translate into an increased use of our sirens?
Yeah, it would. If Douglas County had more warnings, it'd be more sirens, you bet, or more siren warnings.
Okay.
It's
so
tied in
this
the same
maintenance
system.
of our siren thing is increasingly important if we're going to be using it that much.
If we don't maintain them, they don't work.
1 minute.
So that's it in a nutshell. The siren system is something it's throughout the county, and we have seen situations where people have called us and told us, thankful for the siren, and we've had other people say why it's too loud, and we get all sorts of calls on sirens, but by and large, especially our older adults, they really depend on the sirens.
I appreciate that, and thanks for this, and I want to commend you on keeping your staff levels pretty much flat for the last 4 or 5 years. That's kind of unusual when we're looking
not
at
very
these budgets.
large. No.
I have some flooding questions, but time's going to hit here, so I'll come back to that regarding what we're doing with the NRD in terms of flood warning. So
Good.
When we get a chance to talk again, that's where I'm going to go. But I want to commend you for the tight ship that you run out there and the essential service that you provide, because your warning system is a lifesaver.
Time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Paul, thanks for the information. You and I have talked about this a little bit in the past, and I know you worked with finance. So thanks for going the whole 9 yards and working through some of this stuff because it's important, of course, when you're over budget. So Paul, refresh my memory though. I think we talked about this. So from a siren utility location standpoint, siren preventive maintenance, siren upgrades, and NRD flood warning systems, how many of those are infrastructure costs that may not be ongoing? So they'll fluctuate, right? So next year, these numbers are not going to look the same. They'll be slightly different. Plus, we're kicking the can down the road on a few other items. It's my understanding.
The siren upgrades, hopefully we won't have that next year.
Right. Right. But
because those are fixes to the sirens themselves.
Right. So the maintenance, we could expect something like that next year, and the NRD flood warning system might be an infrastructure cost right now, right?
Well, that flood warning system, we get that bill every year. That's $20,000 every year.
Okay, and we used to receive state grant funding for it. The key to this whole thing is there was a certain amount of grant funding. You laid it out on page 3. Supplemental grant awards every year, a significant amount of money, and now we're getting virtually nothing.
That's
that's
the
why
issue.
you get.
Yeah.
Okay, well, again, we'll talk further, but Paul, thanks for the information, and Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thanks. Kind of following up on this NRD flood warning system. So historically, it's kind of interesting. I remember when my father was a commissioner going out with him one night in the mid-60s when we got, I don't know, 12 inches of rain in a couple of hours. The place was massively flooded, particularly south of Omaha where we lived. Ralston was a kind of an island. As a result of that, in part, the NRDs were established. And the dam system that we have today on the Papio system was a direct result of that catastrophe. So I'm very interested now, because this is coming full circle, this NRD flood warning system, because, again, because of climate change, we're seeing some really anomalous rain patterns. I mean, like big rain patterns out of, the ordinary. What is the NRD flood warning system in terms of your involvement with it?
What it is well, it's a system of gauges, if you will, spread along the Papio Creek system, the Elkhorn, the Platte, and the Missouri River has flood warnings from a different perspective. But each one of these sends information to the National Weather Service, who puts it on their website so that you can click on the river level at anywhere along the way, along that stream, and it'll show you on a graph what the flood level is, and what the water level is, and its projection over the next 12 hours or 24 hours or whatever it is. So it's right now we're in a dry season, and it's, in fact, we've got some record lows that we've had along the Missouri River this spring. And record low levels cause concerns too, just like high levels. And so that's what that system does. It monitors that. And so based on that, then that triggers us to know if we have to evacuate people, or if we have a road closure that's imminent, whatever it is, we have to communicate with the Sheriff's Department based on that. So for us, it's kind of a projection system of what the risk is ahead.
This is real interesting because the Papio system runs right through the heart of my district and right through the heart of the business section of my district. I mean, 72nd Street, all those businesses are in the floodplain. Exarban Village in the floodplain. Ralston, right off the floodplain. It might be a good idea, I wasn't aware of this, that the technology was there to give us this kind of a scale. If we could maybe solicit you to come and give us a town hall to some of the business groups and residents of the floodplain in my district. I know that it runs through other commissioners' districts as well. So they just kind of have an idea of what's available. I recall from a few years ago, wasn't there an NRD plan perhaps to add additional dam capacity on the Papio?
Yeah, it's, as I understand, there was, based on the 2019 flood was a calibrator, I'll say that, for a lot of people. And so what happened was there's some, how do we handle so 2019 doesn't happen again? And people don't realize it, but Douglas County was the second most impacted county from the 2019 flood. 2019 flood was a record flood for the state of Nebraska.
So just stop you right there. That was when basically the Elkhorn and the Platte on the west end of the county, they almost combined. It was almost all flooded, that entire plain.
Oh yeah, Waterloo was an island.
Yeah,
It was just it was your district, and you were there. It was just the water levels were amazing, and it's a very complicated issue. We have water that wants to take its natural course, and then you have people that they want to save their farm or whatever it is, so they push the soil up and try to make a little dam or keep the water away. Well, whenever you do that, it pushes water someplace else, so then it becomes who's the lowest is going to get impacted. Right. So it became very difficult.
this is a much longer discussion, but I remember visiting you on sea level here during that
Yeah.
flood when you had the emergency management system going on there. I was very, very impressed, and I want to thank you for your efforts during that incredible emergency. And it just goes to underscore the importance of the services that your department provides.
Time.
So thank you.
Thank you.
No other lights on? Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
We'll move to Child and Youth Services. The first item is a resolution to terminate an agreement with the State of Nebraska Administrative Office of the Courts and Probation to provide detention services at Douglas County Youth Center. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes, I think I'm going to have a similar question for the rest of these, but Ms. Havakati, we are interested in your recommending that we terminate detention services with the Nebraska Administrative Office of the Courts and Probation because?
I want to make sure that it's phrased we're beginning negotiations on a new contract with regards to probation to terminate their current contract. There's 3 provisions in that current contract that is many years old that we feel need to be revised, Commissioner. The first is that under that contract, it says that we will take probation youth from anywhere in the state of Nebraska. It does not prioritize our youth in our judicial district. So it's to change the contract so it would read that our youth here in Douglas County get priority for beds at DCYC. Also within the current contract, there are no capacity limits set, and there really is no ability for the Douglas County Youth Center, short of physical needs, that the youth needs to be at a hospital, that we could refuse use for any reason. Third, of course, is the daily rate. The daily rate and what our actual costs for operating the detention facility are. The rate that's currently being paid does not meet the cost of what it is.
Those first 2 points on capacity go to the limited capacity at the new facility of, is it 54 beds?
It is 64 beds, and I wouldn't say it even goes to that so much, Commissioner, whether you have 1 or 2 facilities open or go to the new facility. It deals with the fact that as the county, we need to have control over the probation youth that come in.
I appreciate that, but I thought it was 54 net beds.
Well, the common way that is thought is it's a 64-bed facility. All national research shows, and our own data shows, you should be running at about 80 to 85% capacity in a 24/7 facility, because you never know, and you need those beds available in the case of any emergency or if something comes up. And for classification purposes, some youth cannot be placed in the same pod or the same unit. So usually they say 80 to 85% capacity, which would be that 52 to 54 beds.
Okay. These principles that we're talking about, are they generally the same, if I ask you this, for 2, 3, and 4, that we're going to encounter in doing these other terminations and rate increases and detention capacity?
Correct.
Okay. So heretofore, we've had a much larger youth center capacity. We've done it for a much bigger population, statewide population essentially, and we have done it at a much lower per diem charge to who's ever sending these children to our center. Is that essentially right?
Well, when you figure out the bed day cost, yes, the number of beds in a facility go into it, but you also have to look at the cost of operations.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, let me take them one at a time. We're doing these because heretofore, when we were dealing with the current Douglas County Youth Center, it's still the only youth center operational in Douglas County, it had larger capacity than this new 54 net beds center is going to have, right? That's just a mathematical reality.
Correct. The current rate was based upon
Okay,
a
we'll get to
96
that.
bed.
I'm talking capacity first, okay. And then
1 minute.
heretofore, we were dealing with a much bigger footprint of take kids from Nebraska rather than prioritize kids from Douglas County.
Correct.
Okay. And third, based on those kind of determinants, we're recalculating the per diem cost because it's going to be different, and we want to be kind of held harmless by non-Douglas County entities putting their kids in our facility.
Correct.
We want them to cover the cost of us providing that service.
Correct.
And these cancellations are of contracts that we're engaged in negotiation with these people.
Correct.
So we'll hear this again when you get that done.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think the commissioners would be surprised by my point of view here. I don't claim to have all the answers in this regard. I'm not a corrections person, and I'm certainly not a law enforcement professional, and I'm not an attorney. I can tell you that I find this a little bit problematic where we're at right now for a couple simple reasons. Yesterday, we had 45 youth on probation at DCYC from probation that were there in our facility. 38 of those 45 are there on felony charges. 38 of the 45 youth were there on felony charges. Now, I spent 7 years in the legislature. You guys all know that. I spent three years on the Judiciary Committee with people like Ernie Chambers and Mike Flood and other people that educated me that there's a huge difference between a felony and a misdemeanor, and we have code that indicates that. So it's a little bit troubling. 30 of the 45 are there on gun charges. Now, we proselytize and talk about the gun violence in our community. 30 of the 45 youth in that facility are there on gun charges. That's a concern to me. We can break down what those gun charges are, but that's a concern. Because when I used to tramp around in the Judiciary Committee, we were pretty tough on gun crime. Somebody commits a crime with a gun, they're going to jail. Now, we're talking about a 15-year-old as opposed to a 38-year-old. Yes, there's a significant difference. But they do pose a certain amount of risk to our community. The August 1st, so I'd say this, the August 1st deadline is probably not that necessary, especially based on what we did last week with Sarpy County. Maybe November 1st would be better for consistency purposes, but we're talking about a different breed of cat here, a little bit. Also, a little troubling aspect of this is we all know, you don't have to be a criminologist or study crime statistics to know that in the summertime, I'm worried about these numbers going up. And it's logical to assume that the numbers of youth on probation and directed to DCYC would actually increase, potentially. So I would argue this, it's not necessarily our role at the county level. It's not necessarily our role to force change in these numbers. We get the numbers. We actually create infrastructure. We deal with what the courts, either pre-adjudicated or adjudicated, actually send to us, or what the state of Nebraska actually says, according to state law, here's what you have to deal with. In my humble opinion, that's our role. We have to satisfy that capacity. I would also argue that further, that one of the county's chief responsibilities, and you guys have heard me say this, one of the county's chief responsibilities is public safety. And that infrastructure is what we have to promote that idea and also implement it. So it's my contention we at least need to look maybe out a year, maybe out 6 months, maybe out 12 months to continue to work on many of these issues. I don't know that we need a resolution like this, at least not in the form that it's in, and maybe we can talk about changing things. Based on Commissioner Kavanaugh's discussion with Kim Havakati, maybe there's some language that would be more appropriate for an upcoming contract. But it's my contention that we don't necessarily have to do this, at least not right at this moment. I think also as a governmental subdivision that's responsible for some of this stuff, we need more time to work with service providers that implement these programs that I was told 3 years ago when I got elected, they're advertised to actually show us results, that we're actually reducing the amount of youth that need this type of detention. I haven't seen the metrics yet. I'm not blaming anybody. I just don't know where they're at. Then maybe we can judge the metrics. Maybe we can take that data, we can judge this stuff, and make capacity determinations based on what I would consider real numbers, what I would consider stuff that we could actually do. So I'm a no vote on this. I just think we need more time. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thanks, and I'm interested in what my colleague just said. I don't know, maybe lay him over, I don't know, maybe a no vote. But the problem that we're dealing with is a direct result of building a net 54-bed youth center to replace a 80-plus capacity, right now, 80-plus kids youth center. This was foreseeable. We talked about this. I talked about this 3, 4, 5 years ago. This isn't a surprise. We're dealing with it like, oh my gosh, this just popped up out of nowhere. Who could have possibly seen this? Well, check the record, folks, because we talked about this in detail. Kind of like we talked about in detail the representations of the people who promoted this, that the kids weren't going to be shackled if we brought them downtown from 42nd Street. Oh my God, the trauma-informed, we're not going to shackle the kids. We heard the sheriff last week say, oh yeah, we're shackling the kids going to court in the new facility. Surprise, surprise, surprise. What is going to play out here is you're going to have 2 youth centers, you just heard it, 2 youth centers, much more cost to you, the taxpayers, all of which was foreseeable and should have been planned for years ago. If you're going to go ahead with this, and I wasn't in favor of it, plan for it. Don't come at the end of the rainbow and say, oh my gosh, these very, very, very foreseeable, very, very, very expensive consequences of what you just did are now going to require us to do cancellation of contracts and other exercises to kind of cover up for the fact that the place was inadequately designed, not well thought out. It's going to result in 2 youth centers real soon at a very, very stepped up cost. And it's going to be interesting when judges who have this power start giving orders to us to hold children that we are then legally bound to do that we don't have capacity for. It'll be interesting to see what happens, because as a general rule in the law, if the judge signs an order telling you to do something and you don't do it, there are consequences to that. And, you know, probation works for the courts. The courts are the judges. They sign orders saying, take this child and put them there. So that's very, very imminent. It's going to happen soon. And in addition to all these other things, it was foreseeable. Just do the math. You're coming from a facility that has 80-some kids in it to a facility with a net capacity of 54. I don't think this is anything that should surprise anybody. And I think it was all talked about in detail and ignored and put off, and in some cases misrepresented, because shackles mean shackles, okay? And I can't tell you how many times the proponents of this from HDR and everywhere else stood at that podium and said, and a big thing is going to be, we don't have to shackle these kids and bring them down from 42nd Street. So this trauma-informed, happy situation is going to be much improved for these poor traumatized children. Well, this just in, we said that wasn't going to happen, and the sheriff last week said, that's not happening. So you're getting less for more, and it's all been talked about for years and years and years, and it's going to be interesting to see how we formulate this going forward.
1 minute.
so that the taxpayers don't get another tax increase based on the one that already has been imposed upon them to pay for this very poorly thought out process. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you. Quick question for Ms. Avocati. Could you remind me, in the scenario that this agreement is terminated, how the partnership and relationship continues with probation in regards to access to our detention services?
Sure, Commissioner. It would continue forward the way it currently is. So that would not impact youth coming into detention from probation. We would be operating and maintaining under the rules of the current contract until we get a new one, once we terminate this one.
So the logic is simply to have more leverage to change the terms by terminating it, or I guess what's the logistical logic in regards to procedure and the relationship?
You're correct. It's to get the terms that we actually need within the contract to ensure that we're giving priority to our Douglas County youth and some of those other items, Commissioner.
Thank you. And on the topic of youth from outside Douglas County, and this is something I honestly don't know, on a yearly basis, how many of those youth are from outside Douglas County, if we have such a number?
Nope, I do have such a number. Youth outside of Douglas County, we average 3 to 5 youth every day. We've had youth from Scottsbluff, we've had youth from Buffalo, we've had youth from Lancaster and Sarpy. So the average over the past 2.5 years, Commissioner, has been 3 to 5 youth a day.
A day. Do we have a unique non-duplicated number yearly for this kind of youth from outside Douglas County?
Mean a total for the year?
Yeah.
No, I can get that for you,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Okay. Because that 3 to 4 average per day, could be from a unique number. That's what we use in nonprofit terminology. A unique number or unduplicated number could be, just 7 youth, 12 youth, 20 youth. I'm not sure. So that'd be nice to know. On that same topic, obviously our priority is Douglas County youth, but what does happen in the scenario where they can't be sent here? Where would they go?
That would depend upon probation, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Currently in the state of Nebraska, there are only 3 secure detention facilities, one in Lancaster County, one in Madison County, Northeast, and then Douglas County. Sarpy County is a staff secure facility. That's all available throughout the entire state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just curious. Like I said, I know our priority is Douglas County youth, but we are a part of the larger ecosystem of juvenile justice, and so I'm just wondering what happens to those youth, however many it may be per year. Let's see. Also, the original date for termination of this agreement was when again?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Commissioner.
The one we're trying to terminate right now.
With probation, it
Yeah.
is currently in effect.
Yeah, but it was set for termination in when?
I think 2025
Mm-hmm.
is when, under the current amendment, it is set to terminate.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I'm just curious, because I think essentially we were the ones that terminated that latest, or not terminated, agreed to and negotiated that latest amendment. When did we negotiate that?
About a year ago, Commissioner. That's
Oh,
when the
yeah.
amendment was done.
Okay.
That increased it to 2025, to the year 2025.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that recent, which I guess kind of goes to my thought logic of, it was us who negotiated
One
that
minute.
agreement or amendment, and I guess there is an aspect of kind of keeping our word in our side of things, since it was us who negotiated that amendment, which was set to expire in 2025. But on the flip side, I do agree with the logic behind number 3 that's coming down the road in the agenda, that we definitely need to be compensated for the true cost, the actual cost of our services in detention, or for any service that we provide for partners, just so we run a financially healthy facility, which leads to a facility that continues to operate. without any risk of financial loss or other detriment financially. So I do agree with we need to be paid for what it actually costs, but I have some reservations on early termination.
Commissioner Garcia, I do have an answer to your question. There were 35 unduplicated.
Time. We'll come back. Thanks. Commissioner Boyle.
Hi. And this is also for Kim Havakati. So Commissioner Friend alluded to the fact that there are kids with gun charges in there now, and I think the biggest concern, and it all boils down to nobody wanting to be concerned about, everybody wanting to be concerned about public safety. So the biggest issue, I think, has to do with that. How do we protect our community from potentially dangerous folks, whether they're adults or juveniles, or get the juveniles the services they need? So Ms. Avcati, when you talk about probation being in charge of this, what would happen to, for example, a youngster who does come in on gun charges? So is that somebody who will just, I think the concern is that the doors will just be open and that kids will be sent out on the streets.
I think one thing you have to keep in mind is that state probation controls the door into detention and the release from detention. So it's state probation that determines gun charge or no gun charge, whether that youth is going to be detained. Now, when you look at it, you also have to think about the different populations within DCYC, Douglas County Youth Center, because you have those pre-adjudicated youth that are not on probation, but probation intake has scored that they either score for detention or they don't, and then they're detained. For any youth that's already on probation in there, whether gun charges or not, that's really a probation and judge decision as to detention and what services.
So the doors are not going to be open because probation is going to be taking care of them, but do they have the option of putting them somewhere, or do they have to come up with that option?
For probation youth, it is up to probation to come up with those options.
Okay, so we're going to have this empty building over on 42nd Street, so technically they could keep that building and house their kids there? I mean, I think the concern is that there won't be enough at our facility to prevent those kids from being released onto the streets.
That would be a possibility, yes.
Okay, so probation basically has some options. I think that's the point, but from what I understand. And then I think, from what I understand also, the biggest concern with this whole process really has to do with the fact that it seems like the Douglas County Youth Center has been almost like just a collection center for kids when nobody knows what else to do with them. And there has to be a more efficient way to get them the care they need, the help they need, through programming or through the courts or whatever the case may be. So I think the goal is not to release all of these juveniles out onto the streets. It's more just to maybe expedite the process. And probation, from what I understand, is supposed to be the folks in charge of that, but there's been no incentive to get them to move fast, so these kids can end up in jail for a really long time, and that's not providing them really the care that they need. So to me, that's a complete disservice. So from what I understand, the goal of this resolution is to get probation more active in helping these kids get what they need. And so that's kind of the take I have. And so I would be supporting this for that reason, understanding that the contract right now needs to be rewritten. This doesn't say all kids are going to be going out onto the streets. This says that relationship with probation needs to be changed in a way so that kids can start getting the care that they need. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
Appreciate all the comments. I'm probably a no vote on all four of these items today, unless I hear something different. I never like to have an agreement and then just terminate it if we're working toward a new agreement. I like to say at this point, rather than a resolution to terminate, I'd rather have resolution to negotiate a new agreement with the state of Nebraska or the United States Department of Justice Marshals. So that's my feeling, because once you terminate, I'm going to terminate Joe Blow's contract with us. Even though I might want to have a new one, I'd rather be saying I want to renegotiate your agreement or contract's about to expire, I'd like to negotiate with you a new contract. And I think that's where I am.
Done?
Yes.
Okay, no other lights from here. Go ahead and open up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Commissioners, Sheriff Aaron Hansen. Again, happy to speak to you as a fellow elected peer, and I want to set the record straight. I'm here as one of your two law enforcement experts, myself and Douglas County, Don Klein. I think it was mentioned I was a behavioral health expert as well, but I'm not. I'm specifically a law enforcement expert. So I'm glad we're having this conversation today. And as I look through the agenda, items 1, 2, and 4, I'm going to express my opposition to. And I agree with you, Commissioner Garcia. I think item 3 is important. I think it's important that, and I think Commissioner Kavanaugh also mentioned that, we need to make sure that people are paying their fair share for services in Douglas County that they're using. But the reason why I'm having this conversation, and we're having this public conversation, is these contracts have already been terminated. These contracts have already been terminated by the chairperson in writing. I had concerns about that process after being contacted by both of those peer groups, both probation and the U.S. Marshals. I lodged concern in writing per state statute. I felt that those terminations should have occurred with a vote of this board, just like is occurring right now. Regardless of the outcome of this vote, I will see that that process through. But I think that the biggest issue is that these decisions have huge impact on public safety. I'm going to give you a few examples here. I tasked my juvenile investigation sergeant to come up with some examples to give you the reality of what occurs behind the numbers. First of all, we had a young man in our community last week. He was shot trying to break into a car, 3 o'clock in the morning on a school night. He's under juvenile court supervision. And had his probation officer said, hey, I'm concerned about this kid, I need to detain him for a while, I would like to think that we have a community where he could do that and avoid this young man being shot, maybe killed, maybe permanently injured. Now, let me give you a few examples of just 4 of the youth that are in the youth center right now. I'm not going to use any names, but for probation violations. A 13-year-old female with known gang ties currently has 2 dockets in juvenile court. Complete noncompliance with juvenile supervision, tested positive for drugs, refusing to attend therapy in school, leaving her foster home for long periods of time with whereabouts unknown. Recently, she was also arrested for assaulting a 13-year-old girl and her pregnant mother, resulting in the miscarriage of the unborn child. She's in DCYC on a probation violation. Another 16-year-old male, original charges of theft by receiving. He had originally lost his placement at the Child Saving Institute due to aggressive behavior with staff and threatening to shoot himself and others, destroying his room and pounding on the walls. The mother feels that she can't safely contain him at home and asked for him to be detained per the terms of his probation. He's currently detained in DCYC. Another 16-year-old male with known gang ties, 5 juvenile court dockets, has violated the terms of his probation on the original charges of 3 separate counts of theft by receiving, unlawful possession of a firearm, and unlawful occupancy. Youth has been on probation since August of 2019, lost his placement at Canyon State University for threatening staff members, said they would all die. He also refused to work through the Canyon State program. All efforts to help him, he has refused to include psychological evaluation, placement in Boys Town, and other shelters. He's detained in the youth center. Another 16-year-old gang member, male with known gang ties, also in probation of his violation. Original charges was criminal mischief and theft by receiving. This youth has been on probation since November of 2022, lost his placement at Canyon State due to verbal and physical altercations towards staff members and peers. He's also failed to appear in court in January and has been in DCYC 6 times. Efforts to prevent detention include probation oversight, electronic monitoring, placement at Canyon State, Child Saving Institute, and various other efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unfortunate that some young people have to be detained. It's unfortunate we don't have appropriate, secure alternatives to detention infrastructure in this community. Do we need those? Yes. I urge you to oppose items 1, 2, and 4. Our community and our young people in need deserve better. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
My name is Joy Suter. I am the director of the Juvenile Justice Legal Clinic at Creighton University School of Law, 2120 Cass Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I felt moved to be here today anyway to speak in support of these, but also directly after Sheriff Hansen, because all I want to tell you is that you are only hearing one portion of that story. And as an attorney who represents youth, perhaps one or two of the youth that he's referencing, which I'll neither confirm nor deny, because that would lead then to identification of these children that we're not supposed to be talking about and doing. I want to enforce and please convince you all to not be swayed by one, merely anecdotal remarks that two, only present one side of the story. I would encourage you to please do that, because what Sheriff Hansen has done is identify, I think he talked about 4 children. He didn't talk about 84 children that needed to be there. He talked about 4. Now, the decision to detain youth at Douglas County is made by state actors. It's made by the Office of Juvenile Probation, and then it is either confirmed by or made separately by a juvenile court judge, state actors. The county's responsibility, of course, is to provide those facilities to care for those children. And I'm going to say children every chance I get, because we're talking about children. 13, 14, 15, 16 children. Children who are placed on probation have the right to have services that will help to rehabilitate them. The Douglas County Youth Center and any detention facility by statutory definition is not a placement for purposes of rehabilitation. The purpose of detention is to be short-term. It is to address an immediate need regarding a danger to the community and public safety, but it also has to be in line with the least restrictive placement available for that child, with the intention of getting that child to a place where that child can receive rehabilitative services as quickly as possible. Our statute directs us, our code tells us that this should be in the home if at all possible, and if it can't be at the home, that community-based resources must be exhausted before that child is placed out of the home. What this proposal allows the county to do is to push back against state actors who are taking their time. I appreciated your comments, Commissioner Boyle, about DCYC being a collection center for kids. I agree with you. Commissioner Garcia, earlier you talked about the inmates at Douglas County Corrections being children of God. So are the youth that are at Douglas County Youth Center, and their children. And so by forcing the hand of probation to make these alternatives available that can provide rehabilitative services for these kids, especially who are already on probation, that's what we need to encourage them to do as a county. The second thing that I want to point out is that this body has made it clear that racism is a public health crisis. On June 17th, 2020, that's what this county did through the Public Health Department. By keeping the current system in place, we are allowing structural racist practices to perpetuate. And as of Wednesday of last week, there were 82 youth detained at DCYC, 72 were youth of color. That is disproportionate. That is racial and ethnic disparity within our systems, and by forcing the Office of Juvenile Probation to provide these alternatives and to move kids into these placements, we are providing a service to our youth. Finally, what I want to say is that this body also has approved the Community Services Act. I'm saying it wrong and I'm sorry, but the 5-year community plan. The targets for that, the goals of that are to provide services for youth with gun charges, runaway youth, gang-involved youth. This county can use funding instead to provide those services that will ideally prevent detention. Public safety, well, detention doesn't do it. Kids who are detained.
Time. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is LaVon Stennis Williams, 1941 South 42nd Street, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Reconnect Inc. and myself in private capacity. I'd first like to say that I do consider myself to be a subject matter expert on not only juvenile justice, but also disproportionate minority contact, racial and ethnic disparity. What is disappointing to me that not one commissioner, especially those who I thought would be on board with this, given all that they have been saying about the commission, like Commissioner Kavanaugh and others. What surprises me is that there has not been anybody talking about the impact that this proposal is going to have on finally doing something to reduce the racial and ethnic disparity. So if we pass, or if you vote to pass this proposal, for no other reason than the fact that Douglas County is finally doing something to reduce the disparate makeup, you would have done a good deed. Because here's why. Commissioner Rogers and Commissioner Garcia, the kids that these people are talking about that are going to be released and going to eat up babies and bomb the city, there are black and brown children. There are our kids. But the fact of the matter is that those who keep using the word public safety and gun charges, that's just a dog whistle. Because the bottom line to this, and I hope Sheriff Hansen can hear this, is that these arguments have nothing to do about public safety or gun charges or any of that. It's about a deliberate effort to go after the positions of Commissioner Borgeson and Commissioner Rogers. And he needs to be fair about that so that you all can be more discerning when he comes with his reckless disregard and his reckless rhetoric. He's not concerned about our kids. He's not concerned about public safety. He's concerned about expanding his power as super sheriff. And he needs to attack these two commissioners in order to get a groundswell under him to make his attacks realistic. I'm asking you, don't fall for it. Now, I voted for him, and I have the biggest case of buyer's remorse since I shopped at a store that my heel broke off. But the point is this. We have to be careful about this because when he go out west and he talks about public safety and he shows them the detention data, and there's a highlight of the makeup of our black and brown children, what he's implying is that these kids who are going to be released to supposedly go out here and do all this mayhem are black and brown kids. That's causing racial tension in this community, and it's undoing all that Chief Smotter has worked on and other people to build better community relations. So I'm asking you to look at these proposals and look at them in the context of what it's going to have in terms of impacting the ability to make these people like probation and other people finally do something to reduce the disproportionate makeup of our black and brown children. What this resolution is doing, what is consistent with what Commissioner Rogers and Commissioner Borgeson have worked on since I've been involved, for the 15 years I've been involved. And that's finally doing something to reduce the racial and ethnic disparity. Now, in terms of the cost and the capacity, that's good. Those are collateral benefits. But you have to understand, when we say that we should have foreseen this happening, that one day we will be at this point of having to have these people reduce or change the contract, so should they have. This conversation's been going on for at least 3 years. So the state probation should have been put on notice. The U.S. Marshal should have been put on notice that as Douglas County is moving towards a responsible governance for our juveniles, we need to be moving toward that same trend. So what these resolutions are doing is shaking up in a way that's never been done before the efforts to reform this system in the benefit of the kids that I care about. Yeah, I care about public safety, but parading a bunch of people here in the community the way he's doing on Facebook to attack people, to make them think that our city is going to be under siege because come November 1 or J1 or whenever that magical date is, the doors will be open and we're going to have all these robbers and murderers out here. It's irresponsible, but he's know what he's doing. It has nothing to do with our kids or public safety. It's about his hidden agenda. So I'm asking you to please look at these resolutions for what they stand for. They're asking these people to be responsible for doing what the county is doing, which is shaking up how we hold our kids and making sure that we're just not letting our kids sit there while we figure out what to do with them. We're making them now say we're going to find, and there are adequate placements out here. So the county is saying what these people should be saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Hello, Amber Wood, Omaha. I have a few things I wanted to talk about. I guess I don't know how this works, but when Commissioner Borgeson addressed me earlier, I wanted to respond, and I don't think I was able to.
You have to speak to the item
Right.
we're talking.
So it reminded me of something that I want to discuss right here. One is accountability. I have repeatedly heard people say, I've been doing this how many years? I've been doing this 20-some years. I've been doing this 20-some years. Again, my daughter was murdered and shot 8 times. 8 times in a mass shooting on all of your watch, correct? Now, the people that shot her, there's still people running around on the street free and fine. The people that we do have in custody right now, one was released. A felon with a gun was released. Now, he could have fled. We're lucky we got him when the charge came for my daughter. Okay? He grew up in this juvenile system. So whatever you've been doing hasn't been working. He's a felon. He knew the rules, right? He's carrying a gun. They don't care. So there has to be a little bit more attention to detail on who is put on release and at what point. Did they go through a program? Did they pass? I'm sorry, but I'm tired of hearing about race. We are Omaha, and we are a community. And I don't know why it keeps getting brought up, because if you break the law, there's a consequence, right? If I break the law, there's a consequence. I'm sorry that I don't think the numbers that we're looking at are the right numbers. How many people that are put out back on the streets repeat? What are those numbers? I hear things about, I feel like this resolution isn't addressing proactive. I hear proactive from Commissioner Kavanaugh with, it doesn't make sense to have less beds. All we hear is that we don't have enough and we're gonna need more. And that's because the mental health issue is rising, right? If you wanna help these kids, that's where my daughter's murderers started, then help them while they're in detention. Get them on tiers. I don't understand how this seems so common sense, but common sense is never put into any of this. Public safety should be number one by everybody, period. Half of the people that don't get to see these because of the time of day they are, because they're out working, they have no clue that when somebody was arrested for those that mass shooting, the night my daughter was killed, 15 minutes, she went to a party for 15 minutes. Why is that okay for her to die? Because she was in North Omaha. Half of the city did not know that those guys were let out. Felons with guns. We just assume that the law is there protecting us. They were arrested, so everyone goes about their day. But no, they don't realize that. We are putting our trust in the people who run corrections, and I'm sorry, probation clearly either they are ill-equipped or they don't have They don't have the right tools because it hasn't been working. The guy that I'm speaking of that shot my daughter,
1 minute.
he was released, if you look back at his record, for non-compliance in juvenile over and over and over because people, we don't know what to do with them. So again, put the programs there to help these guys because it failed him and it failed my daughter. And the last thing I'd say is probation's not 24/7. So please look at these other cities that actually supervise. When we say they're on supervision, are they actually being supervised? Because probation can't do it. They're 9 to 4 last I checked. And why don't we include law enforcement? Why does everyone have to argue? Because at the end of the day, my kid is dead. And there's gonna be somebody else, and it's on you guys if you can't fix this.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Amber. Very sorry for your losses. I'm sorry for a lot of other losses also. But there are going to be more losses.
Larry, you got to identify yourself.
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I've said this before, I'm saying it again, and today I'm going to say it a little angrier. This racial crap has got to stop. Now, when my black brothers, my brown brothers, my green brothers, my yellow brothers, my Indian brothers find out that other people in the hinterland with all the damn money, the Marxists, the progressives, are convincing you and me through the media and through you guys with best practices that this is a racial thing. It's not a racial thing. It's a behavior thing.
Okay.
You can't change all behaviors. You talk about mental health, and then you use the words behavioral health issues. Checklists don't solve anything. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to be a lot madder when the fire starts going to the streets. When you realize you've been used as a useful idiot of the Marxists. Look it up. Study it. That's exactly what it was. They said your children now belong to us. And it's been going on ever since. And our educational institutions have allowed this to happen. And now we have people with money that get some of it from coming down here and asking for some that run these organizations that aren't necessarily solving the issues. When I grew up, I had free reign. And children before me did. But they were also responsible. If they weren't, by God, the neighbors would let your folks know. And if your folks found out, you probably went to the woodshed or you stood in the corner. You paid for your behavior. Today, we don't want to pay them for their behavior. We want somebody to solve their behavior. Some things up here can't be solved, ladies and gentlemen. I have a grandson. Started issues maybe 5th, 6th grade. Before the school system started saying, oh, it's a behavior problem. I have a checklist here. It's this, it's ADHD, it's all this. And start pouring the medicines down their throat. But they never solved the problem. Some of those things can't be solved. And it can't be solved by coming here and yelling racial things and asking for more money. The people need to understand the youth. I've tried with my grandson since those days, and he's 24 now, to be involved, but the system doesn't let me. One of the reasons why is maybe the custodial parent, which is no longer the case, and the patient were sort of threatened with losing their services if they let grandpa say too much, or if they said too much. The privacy laws. Nobody ever asked me what were the things that were best help my grandson change his behavior. I know he has a lot of skills because I've been out with him. I've been hunting. I've been camping. I've been talking. But they don't want to know what I know. I don't know anything according to them. That's part of the system. That's part of the problem. how do you expect them to solve it for a kid that's still locked up down there, for example, when parents or grandparents can't be involved because of privacy laws, etc.?
1 minute.
Or because of professional pride that I know more than everybody else does, so I don't need to ask anybody else. That doesn't work. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Wow. Jaquela Yarbrough, Omaha, obviously. So I founded a nonprofit. You probably hear this every week, but specifically to address everything that we're talking about today. I think that the privilege that I have is being about 10, 15, 20, 30 years younger than a lot of people here, so I don't have a lot of the old politics and the old beef to reference. I just show up and deal with what is there. And a lot of respect for everybody who spoke today, and truly sorry for your loss. However, in my in-depth study of the work that we have to do in Nebraska and in this county, you will look at the 9 system entry points for those who don't really understand how youth enter the data. Probation is just enter the system. Probation is just one small part of the equation, but once you look at how youth are entering the system, there's these 9 system entry points that we track, and overwhelmingly you can throw a rock at race. And so because that is how the data is broken down, and we understand that we do have a very pronounced race problem. While I don't agree with some of the things that I hear, I'm a human and I understand. I'm wise enough and knowledgeable enough to know that I don't know everything. And so just like my truth is my truth, there's the truth, there's my truth, and there's everyone else's truth. In some way, we're trying to fight to get to the middle for the betterment of not just people in this room, but for our children. So that white kids, black kids, brown kids, purple kids stop dying, right? But we got to deal with this incarceration thing. And the pipeline to prison is very clear, specifically very pronounced for kids of color. We're seeing between consistently 70 to 90% of kids of color being the makeup of youth incarcerated and on juvenile probation. I have lobbied for the past, not lobbied, but tried to engage the different parts of this system. And I tell you with probation, the closest I can get is in a room. And it's not just probation, but we have this awesome thing called the home program. The home program gives you an ankle monitor and you're still free in the community, which is still a form of detainment. Becoming a provider has been a bit of an uphill battle for me as well, because I'm a person that I show up with solutions. I don't just show up to complain or come up with political beef for folks or have something to say about other people. I'm just trying to do my part as a citizen in Douglas County, because firsthand, I have 2 teenagers living in my house right now, 2 foster kids and 3 of my own kids, because that's just my version of what I think it takes to do the work. I paid tuition for about 7 kids who got kicked out of OPS to start going to private schools because I want to dive a little bit into what Sheriff Hansen said. We've had some candid conversations, and I'm okay with people I disagree with. I think that's the beauty of being a human, is that everybody doesn't think the same. The more people that we have at the table who think differently, generally the better result that we get. And I hope that we can all start rallying around that point, because it is irritating and frustrating to continue to come to these meetings and people just fight. It's not helping our kids. I was that kid that Sheriff Hansen's talking about. And if it wasn't for a gay white lady who paid my tuition and took me out the hood, I would be in prison, or I might be dead. I've been peddling drugs since I was 14 years old. I've been trafficked since I was 14 years old. I don't need to be qualified as an expert. I don't need to feel good. I don't need for anybody to point me in a direction and say, this is where the crime is happening. This is where we need to fix things. I show up and I bring my expert opinion because it is what is needed. And unfortunately, those kids look like me. Unfortunately. Now, I would still show up if those kids didn't look like me, because that's how much I care about children and the well-being of the people in Douglas County. So yes, we do have a pronounced race issue. Yes, there are some children who need more pronounced care, but that problem starts further upstream because we have environmental issues. We have the racial impact and disparities in Douglas County is not has been assessed thoroughly, but it's not necessarily taken into consideration, which is why we do have an undersized youth facility. It, to the naked eye, does not make sense. I realize I'm not a wizard and I don't know everything. And if this is a step in the right direction to decrease the disparate impact on children of color, I am very interested in hearing that. However, I haven't seen any information that supports that, which leads me to my last point. I would hope that this commission begins to really address this matter of racial and ethnic disparities as it pertains to the system in a manner that is consistent with the data, because none of the data that we have supports the building of this facility, the use of this facility, and any encouragement or support of the way we continue to do things regarding probation, the home program, and the other things that the county's involved in that specifically involves our youth. It has to be
Time.
community-based.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
In my thought process, I'm just exploring, how everything connects and ties together in the broader discussion of serving our youth in our community. As was mentioned, whether this is terminated or not, judges and probation still have access to the facility and the services. So it doesn't necessarily change the actions or thought process of judges or probation, I don't think. We look at the stats that the committee provides every month and how some kids who score low on the assessment are still detained for some reason. And, those things do need to be discussed and addressed, but I don't think this does that. I also have asked about, what are some of the alternative options and plans and services that are available for higher end behaviors of youth. Of course, we don't want our youth detained. That's the last option that we want for our youth. Though, of course, there are circumstances where that is needed for a time being. But in any case, for a youth who has higher end behaviors, again, what is the laying out all the alternatives that are available? I've wanted to have that discussion, have asked for those alternatives. Of course, we're all excited for Radius, and it's going to be a great option out of many options that will be available in the near future. But even there, I think it has a capacity of 24. Even there, they can't take adult charges. So I just want to know, what's the full spectrum for high-end behaviors, and how are we working towards being able to not have youth in detention for 3 to 6 to 9 months, et cetera? And how do we force that to start happening for the youth that don't need to be there? How do we change those behaviors by judges or probation or whoever needs to be shaken up to an extent? Those are the details that I'm seeking. The building of a smaller facility, not that I like to rehash history, I don't, but that was intended to shake up the system. But now we have an issue where we're still around 80 to 90 kids, and we're supposed to open up a smaller facility, and now we need to address that tough reality that's in front of us, right? So yes, things need to be pressed and shaken up sometimes, but I do like to know the details in the plan and how everything connects. There's so many, all of who work in the system or in juvenile justice in general, know how many players are involved and how complicated this topic is. We know that the system points and the points of contact for our youth, from law enforcement to county attorney to probation to judges to service providers, sometimes detention, and I'm probably missing a few from that list as well. We know this issue is extremely complicated. So when I'm posing questions, it's simply to really wanting to delineate and detail how everything is going to connect for the betterment and what's best for our youth, while at the same time making sure that every point of the system is robust enough to do what it is intended to do. While we don't want youth in detention, those who need to be there for a little while, let's make sure it's a good detention center. But for the alternatives that also need to be there, let's make sure those alternatives are in place and will also be quality alternatives.
1 minute.
For those who don't need to be in detention. And let's spell those out, because we heard mention 3 years ago during the discussion of the new facility that there would be multiple new services in play at this point that would help reduce those numbers. But unfortunately, the numbers are still 80 to 90 on average. And I'm not trying to disparage anybody. This is just the reality we all have to work with. And we're trying, all of us collectively, I think everybody does care about the youth. Now, let's have these robust discussions to, in fact, push where we need to and address things where we need to. Thank you.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a very good discussion, and I can tell you that I was going to save this till the last resolution, but I'll just do it now. I reiterate, there's an inescapable fact. There's an inescapable fact that we have to deal with at the county level. And it's a practical reality. And it's problematic because much of it is outside of our purview. We already established, we decided as a county, we have the statutory authority. We don't have hardly any ordinance authority. We don't have that much authority. But we had decided with our authority that what we were going to do with it is service our constituents to detain certain youth in a youth center. I don't even think we are mandated to do that. But we decided as a county years ago that we were going to do it. The problem exacerbates itself because now I would submit to you that because it's the judges and the state of Nebraska that actually dictate, they have the full statutory authority, they actually dictate or show the responsibility in regard to which youth and how many of them are going to be charged, pre-adjudicated, or are going to be detained. Since we decided long ago that we were going to detain youth as a matter of public policy, it's important to provide the adequate facilities, the adequate infrastructure. And finally, the point is, I don't believe, because we don't have the statutory authority, I believe it's rough to go in and try to manufacture or drive reduction of numbers at DCYC or the Juvenile Justice Center. By the way, I don't think I'm qualified to do that, personally. But I don't think we are as a board either, and I feel it's my duty as a county commissioner. I feel I was elected as a county commissioner to make a determination to deal with what the adult and juvenile court systems and the youth, the state youth probation has deemed necessary. That's their job. We just got to go, look, we don't like it. We can coerce you and try to convince you that you need to go in a different direction, but at the end of the day, guess what happens? We can coerce, we can suggest, we can try to, I'm not saying we're doing this now, but we could try to manipulate, but guess what ends up happening at the end of the day? And here's the inescapable fact. If we did not have the capacity, then those authorities that have the statutory authority to do it, they'll go to a different jurisdiction. If that youth is going to be detained and we don't have capacity, they will take that youth to another jurisdiction. And that could mean that our law enforcement is going to take that youth from north or south, west, east Omaha, anywhere, to another state. It's quite possible. I'm not frustrated. I just think there's an inescapable fact here. It's the third time I've said it. And if I could wave a magic wand and say, I have control over all this, I would do it. I'd say, I don't want to, we're going to have everything plug and play. We're going to make sure as few youth as possible are detained, but I do not have that magic wand. I heard from a wise person a long time ago, tough cases make bad law. Here's the tough part for me. I can't make law.
1 minute.
All we're trying to do is provide infrastructure. And you've heard it. I digress. I wish I could. I wish I had that Harry Potter wand. I could wave it and then suddenly everything goes away. I believe I know what I have control over. And I believe we're also heading down a road where we're going to lose control, and then we're going to lose control of our kids because we're sending them to jurisdictions we didn't anticipate they'd go to. It can happen. It can physically happen. That's what concerns me, folks, and that's why all of these resolutions, 3 of the 4 anyway, are somewhat problematic. So, Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate the time.
Commissioner Rogers?
Can I ask before I start and the clock runs, I need some slides called up. There, is that it?
That one? No?
No, it's the other.
Hang on. Let me close some of these. How about this one?
Yeah, go there. And stay
Population
there,
report?
Karen, because I need you to go to page 7, and I need you to go to page 8 right after that. Because I'm gonna try to connect this together. Right there, right there. Back. No, back. That's a different one. Back.
Which one you want?
Back. 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 Forward. Come on. There. That right there. That one right there. Okay. Let me first implore my fellow colleagues that we need to vote for this. There's no amending this. There's no way to do anything with this. We need to vote for this. I'm gonna try to connect the dots, but I'm gonna try to get some other points too. If you see this right here, first of all, there was numbers thrown out here by a person in authority that I question very much. I question those numbers because the information that was being provided is not accessible to that person. And I recall a situation 5 or so years ago in front of a public body, and there were these numbers being thrown out, and the numbers I had directly from the source were contradictory to that. It's a whole lot behind those numbers, and to Commissioner Friend's point, he made a statement about some felonies. I have to question that because he said there were 30 kids in there on gun charges. I would assume most of it, not all, are those 31 kids that's in there on adult. And if you see that 31 number, and then you see the 16 there that are on predisposition, that's the number really that needs to be in there. We have more than enough room. So if the question about public safety comes, that's where it's at. And we have more than enough room for that. Now, the statement was made, by one of my colleagues that it's not our role and we should stay out of it. Well, if it's not our role, we've never operated like that. And if it's not our role, the sheriff shouldn't be down here talking on this because it's out of his role. And if it's not our role, the state needs to do their role. Their role is to move those 16 kids, those other 16 kids. And it is state law that detention is not placement and that kid needs to move. At the most, there's 7 days that kid can sit there and move. So if we're talking about doing our role, that's the role to do right there. The court and the process has deemed that those kids are not dangerous. We say around here all the time, respect the decisions. The judges have said that kid is not dangerous. And in all due respect to the mother, and I feel for her. I feel for her. The people in that process have said they're not dangerous and they need to be on a service somewhere. I can't empathize with the loss of a child, but I know a lot of friends around here that have, and I was very close to them. But when you talk about the race matter, I'm gonna tell you right now, Can you empathize with the fact that I got two black male boys, and when a guy shoots a kid coming up on his front porch for just coming up there to get directions, that race can't count? Hell no. It matters. But I just say that because you cannot blow it off. The mother made the issue about her kid got gunned down in a mass shooting. Really? We just passed a law to allow permitless carry. And you're gonna talk about and we're gonna talk about a mass shooting. I feel for her, don't get me wrong. But this is bigger than that, and everybody makes it seem like the system depends on that one building. When that one building is there, it'll be something else to go to. There's a slide in here, and I won't say because of the time, I got another point, but the slide in here that talks about the length of stays. If it's not our role, that's fine. But the people whose role it is, you can't be sitting in here 60, 90 days. You're supposed to have been gone. And this contract is gonna give you the option to play on terms, because I'm gonna just tell you, in the last 2 weeks,
1 minute.
probation has admitted that they need more services. I've been on a call, and it's moved light years in regards to what they can do. One thing they can do is they can do in-home services. They can have these kids. There's some of these kids for the numbers, and these are numbers, not speculation given out there. See kids sitting in there for 30, 40 days, and at the end of it, they go home. Why you gotta sit there 30 days to go home? We know some of this from the start. That's the connection. If everybody needs to do something with their role, then your role is to do that, and it shouldn't take that long. We're not putting anybody in danger by doing this. Do not amend this. We already functioned in this matter a while ago, and the only reason we're here, it was told earlier with the county attorney's presentation that we had a crack legal staff, and we made that recommendation already to cancel the contract with their opinion. And now we're here just to cover ourselves because of what the sheriff did. And he said right here, he's gonna move with it anyway.
Time. Anyone else?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I want to thank Kim for bringing this forward, because I've been wondering how you can strategize to bring probation to the table. Probation does have control over where the juveniles are going. So do the judges, prosecutors, and probation give allocution to a judge, and the judge listens to that. So anytime the county can inform probation on what is expected of them, that's a good scenario for the county. So that's just my thought about it, because I have been watching and seeing how the county is going to deal with probation, or try to anyway. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Nicole LeClaire, our Omaha. Programs. It's what we've been hearing about for 5 years. It's not a matter of right or wrong, but what is best for the kids and the families. So 5 years and we still haven't seen the programs, and we don't know how much of the $5 million of Sherwood that is promised for programs has been spent. Again, I encourage people here or watching it at home to attend the meetings upstairs in room 903. Today's meeting at 1 p.m. was canceled, I understand. But that's where you really find out how, I guess, there are programs, the home program and sending kids out of state, and finding out how that home program is really going. And when I've gone, it doesn't sound very good. And like my mom, who has become an activist at 78, 5 years ago, said, you know, these kids are not going home to white picket fences. They're not going home to calm situations, but that is part of why they are in trouble. They are not at DCYC for stealing cookies. Very few are there for that, unfortunately. So the other thing I've seen is that you're sending them out of state. And just on the news is a kid who was recently sexually assaulted at an out-of-state program where the family could not get a hold of them at all. So they're either at home or can't get a hold of them. There are a lot of buzzwords over these years of co-location, one-stop shop, no shackles. Well, one-stop shop is off the list. Co-location is off the list, and shackles are off the list. So it sounds like these resolutions are about threatening, how can we shake them up? I've heard for you, Commissioner Chair Borgeson and Commissioner Rogers say 20 years you've been working on this, and it's like, okay, we're just going to shake it up and threaten them now to change things. That to me doesn't sound good. And the other thing is the mental health new building for juveniles. That seems like another program, but again, it's not co-located, not a one-stop shop, not open, not enough room, no great light from outside, green space on the roof, and shackles will happen, unfortunately.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me pick up on a couple of things that were said. I'm not giving out threats. We've been meeting with a year with different jurisdictions to try to get them to move. We met here in November, and it was a warning, and we've been meeting upstairs every month, and I've been counting it down. Now it's 7 months. We're not just popping this out. We gave a whole year of saying what needed to be done and what the process that needed to happen in that respect. I mean, thing was mentioned a while ago about a court order. I'm not a legal scholar, I'm not a lawyer at all. I just hang around it enough. But we're not even parties to this. So the court, by law, if Boys Town says they have no placements, the court can't order a kid to go to Boys Town or any other placement. They do not have that. And if they feel they need to do a court order, then fine, go ahead and do it, because we're not a party to it. And there was a comment made about probation reports to the courts. The point was made too about what's our role in the system. It's their role. They control the length of stay and they control the programmings. State had $2 billion on the table. And I know the situation that probation is in, but you got $2 billion on the table, and what we're proposing in one of these resolutions is the cost there. I can't go to all the negotiations, but the number that was there, you got $2 billion, you can make that number. We're not the only one that opted out the contract. The other second largest county has opted out the contract too. And when you got kids coming in our facility from Scotts Bluff, it's not a problem with a building, it's a problem with the whole system. They gotta find those services to some degree. I mean, people talk about the programming. The behavioral health initiative that's in the jail, in the youth center, is a program. Radius is a program that we don't directly control, but it's there. There's about $15 million that has been brought in to provide services, and is in the process of doing that. And the process was made, and I'm saying to the board, and I'll be bringing it here, we got a hard decision about an internal program that we have to make to get at the kids on predisposition. And that will be coming soon, so I mean, get ready for that piece to some degree. We're not sending kids out of state. The county doesn't do that. And I think if there's a kid that could have went out of state, they could have gone. To Commissioner Boyle's point, it has to be brought up, the fact that if they could have went out of state, they would have gone. But the bottom line is, and this is my personal opinion, DCYC is cheap rent. It's cheaper to sit in DCYC than it is to go to the service. And these kids, and it's said, it's science, that a kid that doesn't supposed to be in detention, that sits in there longer, comes out worse. So when I am talking to you about putting these kids in a program, I am talking to you about public safety and not bringing it out years out. Handle it now. I'm not saying it's perfect, because there's a lot of kids that may have gotten done wrong, but there's been a whole lot done over the 10 years, and the one building is not going to stop it there. It has to be a continual piece to some degree. Totally continue. So I can't say with any more, and I'm asking personally on this, pass this, please. It cannot be amended. There's no way to amend your way around this. You got to get out to negotiate it, And they are aware of where they are, and they know they have to come with the services. It ties together that they can put the services at home. There are providers right now, and we were supposed to talk about that today, but we had to because of other reasons. They need to make some changes to the system. There are providers right now that have kids, and we can't move kids from DCYC because the kid hasn't been removed from the placement that they're at in the community. It needs to, it's the length of stay. There are providers. People are saying you don't have the capacity for providers, and everybody there can understand this capacity issue because we had to raise salaries to keep our capacity up. You had your salary raised so you can try to get your capacity up. If capacity is issue, put more money into it. Providers are wanting to play. But to want to play, you can't have them take all the risk. This is a government function. Public-private providers are saying, we don't keep funding public stuff that needs to be done by there. They're not gonna bail us out on that. And just because it's Douglas County and we have the resources, no, that can't always happen. What we're talking about today is to keep people in their roles accountable for it, and they will pick that up.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this? I too would ask that you support this. In previous conversations, everyone was on board with this move to really, again, get the conversation going on new provisions within a new contract. And so nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. We're still at the table having those conversations, asking them for new terms, whether it be the amount or whether it be the three conditions that Ms. Havakati talked about. So again, none of this conversation today really changes what we've talked about in the past that needs to be done. We do have a lot of people act like we have no community services out there. We have a lot of providers, and LaVon Stennis, since she's still here with Reconnect Inc., she serves some of the hardest kids very successfully. And we take our role very seriously as a county as to how we can better the system. I disagree with comments about race, that their race isn't an issue. It is an issue. And we have over the years worked with reducing the number, whether it be youth or whether it be our adults correction facility. We have worked very hard to reduce the number of folks who are in those services. And we've talked about the DMC issue, the disproportionate minority contact, or the racial inequalities that happen within our judicial systems, both the juvenile and the adults. But what we didn't do was we didn't address both of them at the same time. And so, again, a few years ago when we had an average of 181 kids in our youth center, we still had a disproportionate minority contact issue. And we focused on those alternatives. How do we, again, place those kids in the community with programs that are going to better the possibility of them being successful than just sitting in the youth center? And we've done that. There's a lot of providers. We just had a community resource fair of the providers that we just, as a county, contract with, whether it be through our community-based aid programs or various grants. And it was for parents, it was for other providers, it was for our judicial system, for them to know what is out there that they could use as alternatives, and it was well received. And so we hope to do another one, even expanding it even better. So there are community programs that are out there. Do we need more? Absolutely we need more, and that's what we'll continue to work on. But again, we can only control what we can control. And we don't control who goes in, we don't control when they go out, but what we can do is work with the system to make sure that we have those programs and services in place that are going to benefit our children and ultimately their families. And as far as kids, there's kids out of state already, Commissioner Friend, they've been going out of state forever. So the one case that somebody talked about, there's more than just that one case, and it's been happening. And it's because that's what they need. That's what the probation and the judges have deemed that child to need. But I go back and say, we can do all of this, we can continue to do all this, but if we do not address the root causes with these children and their families, we will be sitting here again 10 years from now talking the same talk. And so we have to address, yes, the racial inequities. We have to address poverty. We have to address, whether people want to talk about it or not, the breakdown in families. We have to talk about how do we get all of the players needing to be at the table to address some of these issues. And that's what we're trying to do. So again, for us to move forward with what we're trying to do, and as previous conversations, everybody was in agreement with this, which is shocking to me that I'm hearing people aren't going to be voting for this now. I would ask you to please, as Commissioner Rogers said, to stay the course and vote these resolutions, approve these resolutions as we move forward. So with that, don't think we have any other questions or comments. We do have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yep.
Roll call.
To approve. Okay.
Mhm.
Commissioner Boyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Is this to approve number one?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Commissioner Friend.
No.
Commissioner Garcia.
Abstain.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes. Commissioner Garcia abstaining, Commissioners Kavanaugh and Friend voting no, all other commissioners voting yes.
Next, we have a resolution to terminate an agreement with the United States Department of Justice Marshal Service to house juvenile federal detainees at the Douglas County Youth Center. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Boyle. Any questions or comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Boyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
No.
Commissioner Friend.
No.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes. Commissioner Garcia abstaining, Commissioners Friend and Kavanaugh voting no, all other commissioners voting yes.
Next, we have a resolution to set the daily rate for detention services at Douglas County Youth Center. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any questions or comments?
Question.
Commissioner
We'll hear
Morgan?
back what rate that'll be.
Yep.
At a later board meeting.
Yep. There'll be a new contract, yep.
Thank you.
Roll call?
Commissioner Boyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
This sets the rate at $400.
Yes, for right now, yes.
Commissioner Friend.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Last resolution is resolution to adopt measures to address detention capacity by January 1, 2024 at the Douglas County Youth and Family Support Center. Is there a motion to approve?
Yeah, so moved.
There is a motion and a second. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, Commissioner Rogers made the motion, Commissioner Boyle made the second. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
The resolution as written is kind of a wish list. I mean, this is a dead letter. We can't not make, based on this resolution, the number go from 84 to 55. If it makes you feel good to put these words on paper and vote that that's what you want to do, that's fine. This has no force and effect. It will affect nothing. I would say we should maybe encourage a meaningful plan to do this, but this just says, make it so. And I'm sorry, there's nothing in this resolution that's going to make that happen. I think it will make some people here who are invested in this feel good that we passed a resolution that's going to reduce it from 84 to 55. There's absolutely nothing in this resolution that realistically is going to do that. And the idea that in order to ensure a smooth transition from the current youth center, Douglas County Youth Center, to the new kids jail by January 1st, 2024, is somehow going to happen here is just a fantasy. We haven't even heard in this entire discussion from the director of our youth center, who's here and probably the most knowledgeable guy in Douglas County on the population. He's been doing the job for some time, has actually presided over the only real reduction in the population of the youth center. We're not asking his opinion. We're not doing anything substantive here. Again, this probably would have been best done maybe before you constructed a 54-unit youth center, but that was years ago. And now, at the end of the day, we're going to pass a, geez, I sure hope it goes from 84 to 55 resolution as if it has some relation to reality. I'm sorry, I can't engage in this suspension of disbelief. This is a level of suspension of disbelief that is just beyond me and is frankly not worthy of the consideration of this board. What we should engage in is a real discussion about, we're going to have X number of children involved in this specific program on this specific date that's going to do this specific thing. I'm sorry, but that's what a real discussion of reducing this numbers would look like. Not a, we're going to go from 84 to 55 by December 1st, 2023. By the way, December 1st, 2023 is months past the original date that the kids' jail was supposed to open. So you're now way over budget and way over time, and we're going to wave a magic wand and make it all better. I don't think that people out there are ignorant enough to actually believe that this is a meaningful resolution and that we're actually doing anything to solve this problem. We're not even hearing from our own experts about what realistically could be done to go from 84 to 55. There might be something. This isn't it. And at some point, after all these years and all these tens of millions of dollars and all these kids' lives, we should probably devote some time and effort to a realistic discussion of what we can do, because we have the resources. God knows we've squandered enough of them. My colleagues who have gone along with this unplanned explosion of expenditures are great at doing that, but the numbers haven't changed. And the talk here about racial disparities, those numbers haven't changed either. You know, when I hear people saying, we have worked on this for years, my reaction is, well, why haven't the numbers changed in
1 minute.
years? The percentages have remained the same or gone up as long as I've been here. So if you're claiming credit for working on this for years, I guess I wouldn't give you maybe an A+ on that effort, because the numbers haven't changed. If we're going to do real things, we're going to have a real plan. This isn't a real plan. Let's get real, and maybe we can affect some meaningful change that will help the kids and help our community.
Commissioner Garcia?
So this is a few questions on procedure of how things actually work if it were to follow this plan. But could you clarify for me, perhaps, Kim, is the step-down plan focused on our youth detention population overall, or is it specifically an angle on probation youth, or what's the angle?
Well, under the resolution, Commissioner, you'll notice the main two concentrations are youth and juvenile court that are pre-adjudicated. to decrease that number through alternatives to detention. And then the second column from the very right, the youth that are on state probation, again, to limit the number of youth on probation that would be in detention during that time period.
Thank you. And so the youth coming to our center from probation, how would we procedurally step that down if they were ordered by either the judge or probation to be in detention at that moment?
Are you asking for a legal opinion, Commissioner? Because I do
Just
believe that is a legal opinion.
Operationally, procedurally, like how does it realistically happen?
I think realistically, as with any other facility, you set a capacity, and that's the maximum that you can place into that facility at any time. And you have to come up with some way to prioritize which people need to be in, whether you're Boys Town or whether you're any other facility. You have to set a capacity on it.
Okay. And in the scenario that the summer months get a little more active as they tend to do, and the numbers aren't looking lower, but maybe even a little bit higher, how might that affect this desired step-down plan?
Is that a question for me, Commissioner Garcia?
Yeah, yes, please.
Oh, sorry.
Can start with you.
I mean, it definitely would, and this would probably be something as a commissioner you'd want to look at every month or at every Child and Youth Committee meeting. Where are we sitting? How far behind are we? How far ahead are we? What is happening? You have to stay on top of it and have to make decisions based upon how the summer and some of the first months go.
Yeah. And if we hypothetically chose as a board to keep the larger outgoing facility open a little longer while still transitioning to the newer, smaller facility, might that affect the brainstorming around all this planning, including this specific plan?
It definitely would, Commissioner, because then you're dealing with a different total number of beds. This was computed based upon a 64-bed capacity.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note to the point, a couple of points that, it was mentioned of having the superintendent of DCYC. He doesn't control anybody that comes in and comes out. You have the highest authority where all juvenile reports to behind us every week for that call. And I respect all my colleagues' opinions, but I have a whole lot more respect for my colleagues when they have skin in the game. And for every month here, since I've been a commissioner almost and been in charge of that committee has met every month. And for the last year, the committee has almost been meeting every month, having what's been described here as an effort to have a discussion, and that's happened every month. It's been open to the public. It's happened here. There's been discussions about racial and ethnic disparities that have happened way before I was here. That has happened when Wade Thomas was here. So, I mean, hell, if you got a solution to that, I want it, because that's probably been around since the 60s. So, it's easy to pop off on that to some degree. But when you got some skin in the game, it holds a whole lot more weight. And in respects to the force on this, people may not understand that for years, we never had a contract with probation. There was no understanding of how they came in. The contract is per law, and every county that deals with them has it. And so we can't be forced to do anything with them if we don't have a contract. That's what all this negotiation has been there to some degree. So you do have the realm to do this. I mean, that's how we got kids from Lancaster, because Lancaster's contract set a capacity. So that is all authority in doing this. It is precedent. Lancaster has set a capacity, and that's why we have kids overflowing here from Lancaster, because they set their capacity. So By us doing this, it more than lays out time frames to do it. And again, by laying out these time frames, I think, and if it wants to be verified, these aren't just haphazard numbers. These numbers were averaged over the last 5 years of what those populations were in certain pieces. And over the last 5 years, and these are the conservative high points. The high points over the last 5 years in adults has been 30. That's how we got here, pre-adjudication. So these are not made up numbers. These are based on statistical analysis, what those averages are and where we will sit. And so I just want to say this will have all the bearing because once the contract's there, they have to negotiate that. They have time to do it, and it gives it at a rate that it can happen. Again, if you want to talk about from a public safety standpoint, the kids that are there on probation are kids that the system has said they need to be there on a service. The kids that are at risk are kids that are on the adult charges and other piece that, and none of this, no action, nothing we've done today puts those kids in threat. I would imagine that if we ever got to a point, and this is my own thought, where you had a kid come in, the choice you're gonna make is not to let a kid on a serious charge out. It would be the kid on probation that needs to be made adjustments for the service. And this timeline gives it time to operate, for them time to plan, and get to where we need to get to in a safe manner that allows everybody that's in their role to take some action. Now,
1 minute.
10 years ago, when we even started this, probably about maybe more than 10 years ago, the youth center was at probably about an average of 2010 or 220 kids on average for a period of time. And our unit space was 144. And we cut that, and it's cut 1/3 now to 96 because of a lot of reasons. One being Prison Rape Elimination Act. But that happened, and a lot of these same things were coming up. And nothing to that degree happened. And that was done in a manner that was responsible. People made that, and that was done because people in this system adjusted to it. And public safety was not threatened. So, to close this will carry some authority. It's been done in Lancaster County, and it gets us to where we need to in a safe manner for public safety.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Process that's been going on that my colleague indicated gives you skin in the game is a process that hasn't moved the needle at all. The population that my colleague pointed out went down as a result of an act of the Nebraska legislature. They changed the law on who you could hold and who you couldn't. Wasn't anything that we did here. If you look at this exhibit that comes with this resolution, to go from 84 kids to 55 kids, you have 30 currently, youth charged in adult court. That number stays at 30. So you don't change that at all because the district court is beyond our control. The second category, youth in juvenile court that are pre-adjudicated before the courts decided what to do. That's 18 right now, and that's supposed to go to 10. That's supposed to be cut in half. Again, beyond our control. There are juvenile court judges over there. That's their job. You have the third category, youth in juvenile court on state probation, currently 31, and that goes to 15. Again, county commissioners can't affect that number at all, beyond our control. So big parts of this that you are supposed to believe are going to change have nothing to do with the Douglas County Board's control. Nothing. We can't do anything about it. The last category, youth in from other counties at 5 goes to 0. We can control that. We can take kids from other counties or not. So instead of going from 84 to 55, we can actually control it going from 84 to 79. We can control those 5 kids coming from Sarpy County and other counties. The rest of this, beyond our control. Past this, it has no effect on juvenile court judges or district court judges or any judges or probation officers. They don't work for us. The idea that our director of Douglas County Youth Center shouldn't be heard from because he doesn't affect who comes in and who goes out. But Ms. Havakati, who works over here, should be heard from, and I'm not averse to hearing from her. She's very knowledgeable. Begs the question that she doesn't control who goes in and who goes out. The difference is the youth center director is at the youth center every day and has been for years and years dealing with the youth, was there when this number actually did come down, and might be somebody who would have some expertise. I say all this because although I haven't gone to a lot of these committee meetings that haven't affected the number of youth detained at all, I actually represented, as a lawyer, children in these categories. Been in the courts, dealt with the judges, went to probation, and understand the actual practical legal operation that gets these numbers where they are. So you want skin in the game, go stand next to a kid in district court and represent them in front of a jury at a felony trial. You want skin in this game, go to a probation hearing with a kid in detention. You want skin in this game, go and meet with your client at Douglas County Youth Center. I've done that many, many, many times over many years. That's kind of skin in the game. I'm interested in real change here. And if we ever get to the point where we can actually talk about real change, rather than just throw out, I've got committee meetings and I've got, trauma-informed solutions, and actually get to reality, I'll be very, very interested to engage in that discussion. This isn't real. This will have no effect on reality.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because you practice law don't mean you know it. And you practice law in the system somewhere years ago before this was even happening, before the issue was there. You know that all of this was on the legislature. Legislature had a big part to do with that, but it definitely got driven out of here. And it got driven out of the changes we made. All these changes that are relevant to the legislature were driven out of here and were driven out of that committee meeting, which you ironically chastised Commissioner Friend and Morgan for not having committee meetings, but when there's a committee meeting in, it's just showing up. So where you at? As you go about it, I'm gonna repeat the fact that said that Lancaster did this in their contract and it had good authority. That's how those kids ended up here in Douglas County. So, I respect, the fact that you're an educated lawyer. That's fine, but that don't mean that, I admire the work that you may have done with those kids. But till you come to the table and have something to do with it, that's fair. But that's another matter. The point of knowing the system, where they're at, you're making these points. The main point of everything to do here is that the authority to do this has been laid out previously by another county that we've had. This lays the terms with it. And if you do not have a contract and you're negotiating the terms of it, you lay this out. It's been done already. Thank you.
Due to the time, I will just leave my remarks very short and just ask again for your support. I love how people who haven't done the work are so critical of those that have, and yet bring nothing to the table as far as options other than to rip apart and tear apart and put down and cut down people who have tried to make a difference in the services in which we provide, as well as in the lives of our kids and our families. So again, that's the whole purpose of all of this, is to, again, better our system for those that we serve. And I would ask for your support on this last resolution. Roll call.
Commissioner Boyle? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Friend?
No.
Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3. Commissioners Friend, Kavanaugh, and Garcia voting no. Other commissioners voting yes.
Next is the Human Resources report from Civil Service as presented. And then again, the legislative report, as always, is in your packet. If you have any questions, let me know. We do not have need for executive session. The Child and Youth Committee meeting has been canceled. We do have a Administrative Services Committee, which starts at 2:30 in room 903. And then we do not meet as a county board. Monday, the 29th is an observance of Memorial Day, and we will not meet as a Board of Commissioners on May 30th.
Commissioner Boyle, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Morgan voting yes to adjourn. Commissioner Rogers, Madam Chair. Motion passes 7-0. We're adjourned at 1:55 p.m.